like to call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly and begin with a roll call.
Ms. Gray Jackson? Oops. Honored to be here. Mr. Flynn? Ms. Johnston? Here. Ms. Osiander?
Here.
Ms. Drummond? Here. Mr. Birch?
Here.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Here.
Mr. Starr?
Here.
Dr. Selcraig? Here. Mr. Coffey?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Excellent. Mr. Birch, would you lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have some minutes. Motion would be in order.
Move to approve the minutes of January 6, 2009, or accept, rather, Madam Chair.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, those minutes are accepted.
Madam Chair, move to accept the minutes of January 20th, 2009.
Waiting for a second. Thank you. Is there discussion? And if you could use the machine when you do that, please. Thank you. Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of January 20th, 2009 are accepted.
Madam Chair, move to accept the minutes of February 3rd, 2009.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of February 3rd, 2009 are accepted.
Madam Chair, move to accept the minutes of February 24th, 2009.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of February 24th, 2009 are accepted.
Madam Chair, move to accept the minutes of March 24th, 2009.
Second.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, the minutes of March 24th, 2009 are accepted. Mr. Klayman, could you give us a report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing at the Chair's request, you had asked me to provide some clarification. There was a lot of news last week about the application that we made to the federal government for stimulus dollars for homelessness, and I think Madam Chair's concern was some members of the public felt that these funds were being used for work with the homeless that could have been used for other purposes, and that actually this is to make that clear that actually the application was for a very limited area of money, and the only way it could be used was for homeless prevention and rapid rehousing under the what we call the Stimulus Act, or formerly the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. And so that over approximately $775,000, if we hadn't used it for homelessness prevention, then we wouldn't have been able to apply for it and use it for anything else. So this is a real opportunity to get four different nonprofit providers in the community working in a collaborative way. There'll be one person in the city that'll be providing some coordination, but it's a real opportunity to get federal dollars to use for homelessness that will not, it's not being taken away from another opportunity in terms of public resources as well as federal resources. That's first, and if anybody has questions on those, I'm more than happy to answer that. I've actually got three other topics to make reference to. The second is that on Friday...
Mr. Mayor, we do have a question. Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I had a constituent inquiry regarding the hiring of positions. It seems that you may get more bang for the buck if you can put that $750,000 directly into housing. I mean, paying rent someplace or buying foreclosed homes, or as opposed to putting in personnel and labor costs.
Well, Mr. Birch, it's always the case whenever you have different programs where you get different people with different priorities how best to spend the money. I think that Marge Larson, who is working extensively, and Marge, are you here? Yeah. Marge, if you could answer Mr. Birch's question about the constituent question was why didn't we just spend it towards paying people's rent? things of that nature. And if you could explain some of the application process and some of the directions that came in the homeless, you should come to the... Diane can answer that? Okay.
Through
Go
the
ahead,
chair,
Diane.
Mr.
Sorry.
Birch. It is an option that we could have spent more money to, we could always have deferred a lot more money towards housing, but what we found is for the folks who are homeless that housing is very difficult to find for them because they don't know how to be good renters and how to be successful, and so people are unwilling to rent. We did save $250,000 from this to use with the caseworkers that would give the families support and help them be successful. So we will have, we believe, ample funds to help families get into housing, but unless we give them really intensive case management services, we found that the cycle just continues to repeat and repeat and repeat. And we're interested in trying to support them in a way that can be productive for the long term. So that's why we chose to go that way at the advice of the Anchorage Coalition on Homelessness.
If I might, through the chair then, so out of $750,000, $250,000 is going to actually go to providing living accommodations, and the other 2/3 would go to paying for staff and support services and kind of the people that would be working on the matter?
I think the other thing to note on this is that these funds specifically are homelessness prevention, and so they are designed to help people on an emergency basis to maintain the housing that they have. They're not to put people into permanent homes. There are different funding streams through HUD that are dedicated to that we do receive in our city.
And if you could state your name for the record, please.
Marge Larson with the Mayor's Office.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Birch?
So what is the number of positions then that are going to be city-funded positions through this grant, if you will?
There will be 5 positions that come out of these funds. One will be a city position to manage this grant and to be one of the caseworkers within the city DHHS program. And there will be 2 caseworkers at nonprofits that are community resources, meaning that they will follow clients throughout the system. They won't just serve their own clients. Then there will be a position at Alaska 211 through United Way to enhance that system as sort of a point of entry for people to make one call, get connected with the resources that they need. And lastly, there'll be a position that's an educator who will teach things like financial literacy and how to be a good renter.
So it's not possible to just give $750,000 to the United Way and let them manage it without hiring any city employees?
Through the chair, Mr. Birch, anything is possible. We chose not to do it that way because the HUD has extremely tight auditing requirements, and United Way doesn't have the expertise on staff right now to monitor and help us there in doing that. We felt like we talked to Michelle Brown about this, and we decided that at the end of the day, it would be better to keep that person with the homelessness program that the city has because they understand the requirements there.
Thank you.
Mr. Klayman.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. The second matter has to do with the upgrade of the municipal website, which we'll be unveiling on Friday. We had originally hoped to put it on the screen tonight, but we learned that actually the resolution on the screen makes it so that it really wouldn't look like much besides a blur. But this has been part of a 2-year e-government initiative to improve the public service and create efficiencies in government. The new website, which we'll be launching on Friday, was done with a collaboration of community input in terms of how to improve the website. I think one of the most important parts about that is that we'll be going to in-house hosting instead of paying contractors outside for hosting, and it's going to save the city over $80,000 annually in contracted hosting costs for the website. And it should be more user-friendly. I've often thought the city website is actually pretty darn user-friendly compared to some websites I've been to, but this should be even more so and should make Anchorage one of the leaders in web connectivity for its citizens. So that's coming on Friday. Another good news to report is that in terms of the weatherization program, much of which is state-funded, there was initial concern that we were really going slow on the weatherization project. We have now done weatherizations. They've completed 343 units so far in fiscal year 2009, and this represents a 100% production increase over the last year. So I think there were some organizational challenges, and we successfully responded to those, and so those weatherization programs are moving forward, and we expect that to continue to move forward. There's both continued state dollars and, well, there may or may not be some federal stimulus dollars. That remains to be seen, but there are state dollars for the weatherization that's been moving forward, and that's been very good for a lot of people in the community and should save some energy costs this coming winter. And then the last thing is there's two Park Foundation board members, Vic Malazzi and Eleanor Andrews, are here. They just wanted to make a few comments. I think they're in the audience. Are Vic and Eleanor here?
I don't see them, sir.
I don't see them either. Okay. Well, they were going to give a brief report on the status of the Park Foundation. The main point is that they've raised $17.3 million, and they're engaged in getting park users involved in neighborhoods throughout Anchorage. And I think they're going to be getting a report from the Park Foundation at one of the next two assembly meetings to give you an update.
Thank you.
And those are all the things I have in terms of the mayor's report, unless there's further questions.
There appear to be none. Thank you, sir. I would like to let the public know of some upcoming schedules changes and some schedule updates. On June 5th, this body will be having work sessions. That's a Friday. We're going to start off with CPR training, and then we're going to have a joint meeting with the Anchorage School Board from 10 to noon. Then from noon to 1, we'll be having a work session on the Connect Crossing and its relation to the AMAT's work plan. And then from 1 to 2, we'll have a work session on penal code, traffic laws, and updates. The agenda for June 9th looks a little daunting in terms of the number of people that we anticipate coming out to testify. So we are going to post a potential continuation of that meeting on June 16th if needed. Unless I'm hearing a massive outcry, there is a desire, I think, to get both of our two big items done. That's the Connect Crossing item and that equal rights legislation. Both of them, I think, are fairly time sensitive. So I've reserved it. Hopefully we won't need it, but if we get really packed in with public testimony, we may. Mr. Birch?
Could you explain the time-sensitive nature of those items?
Well,
couldn't we push them to July?
If you recall, we had some real debate and discussion on the timing for the rights ordinance changing that section of code. It could be that the Assembly changes their mind, but currently they put it on June 9th. And that's why I said it was time sensitive, just because we debated what day it was going to be heard. And the second matter, the Connect Crossing, we have a specific time period to respond in order to give AMATs back our direction on the deletion. And the clock started ticking when that was introduced, and we need to respond in, I believe it was 90 days. I can't remember. Maybe it was 45 days. 45 days. And as such, we're going to have to vote on it. I will put the hour debate on that you can certainly override if it takes longer, but we have no control over the number of people that show up to testify. And I'm anticipating significant public interest on both of those based on the phone calls and emails I've been getting.
Right. Thank you.
So, okay. With that, suddenly, thank you for clearing that up. Okay. With that, we will move, right? Excuse me? Oh, the only other thing on my report is I wanted to say a special thank you to Celeste Hodge. We had an excellent diversity breakfast this morning. Ms. Gray Jackson, Ms. Drummond, myself, and Mr. Clayman all attended. A very good speaker. So thank you for that. With that, I'll go to committee reports. Ms. Gray Jackson, do you have anything?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn?
Nothing, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston?
I actually sent an email form as far as our committee report, the finance
But just to refresh your memory, we discussed the union agreements that are on the agenda tonight, and 2 members of the Finance Committee supported the union agreements as far as the police and the Teamsters. And I remained neutral because I wanted to continue to look into information. And we did not vote on the operating engineers. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Drummond, anything?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Birch, anything?
Nothing to report.
Ms. Gutierrez?
No official report, Madam Chair, but just wanted to say very briefly on this past Saturday, we had a potential disaster with regard to a fire in Russian Jack Park at a spot about 3 blocks from my house. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank the Anchorage Fire Department, who reacted swiftly and effectively, and on behalf of all of my neighbors, we appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Starr, anything?
No report.
Dr. Selkrig?
The Community and Economic Development Committee met, and we initiated a new work group that's going to focus on kind of what the role of community health is, kind of looking at other places and put together an informational piece for us and policy recommendations if it seems appropriate, but basically kind of to explore what other cities are doing and what the appropriate role is. The other thing that we began to talk about is following up on Assemblywoman Drummond's suggestion that we explore the revenue sources that this community might have. And we talked about it basically in terms of how to fund government. And we decided that we should be talking about revenues and expenditures in terms of an educational context. And so we're not going to rush on that one. We'll probably, we're looking forward to working with a new mayor in terms of shaping that conversation with the public so that it isn't charged in terms of one particular strategy for taxes, but just generally a discussion about what kind of revenue options there are out there. So that's it. Thanks.
Mr. Coffey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Title 21 committee meets tomorrow 1:30 to 4:30. We're finishing up the landscape section of Chapter 7 of Title 21. Then we will have a break. I've just resent out the schedule, and I think everyone has it, including a correction by Mr. Nelson and Ms. McConnell relative to a meeting date on the, so the clerk will, I would hope, put that on the agenda, on the website for everyone to see. When we're done with the sections, we take a little bit of break to allow the staff and the assigned committee members to do some work in preparation. And so we'll be off for a couple of weeks here after tomorrow's meeting. On the ACDA, I just wanted everyone to know that there's an amendment, an ordinance amending the ACDA authorization, and I met with Mr. Pollack and then had a couple of follow-up phone conversations with him, and so as I'm an assignment to the ACDA, so when it comes up, I'll address it, but we have done some legwork in advance, so if anybody has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. On the energy issues, continuing to work with ML&P, the people at Chugach and others trying to, and NSTAR, trying to figure out a best solution to the pending gas shortage that we are facing in Cook Inlet. There's a working group being established between those 3 utilities, the NSTAR, Chugach, and ML&P, and with an idea of working on the concepts of storage as a bridging until we can get some more supply. Our problem is deliverability of gas. If you start reading the trade journals, I just got a latest thing from the Alaska Journal of Commerce talking about how close we were. The lady from Marathon, production superintendent or supervisor, spoke at the Chamber of Commerce and addressed the question of exploration and drilling, and we're at the end of cheap natural gas, in case anybody doesn't know it, and now we're at the point where we may not quite have enough deliverability if we get real long, cold winter nights. So it's very, very serious situation, folks, and so we're trying to do what we're trying to be informed because the decisions are made by the utilities, RCA, oil companies, and we don't have anything other than information seeking from all of those sources. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey, anything to report on the transition team since you're our liaison there?
Yeah, okay. Well, all of these things are going both ways. The energy is something that Mr. Sullivan, as mayor-elect, is looking at. Judy Brady is the lady who is chairing that part of the transition. All of the teams, I think it's about 35 to 40 people have been assigned in various roles throughout this. That list of people is on the Sullivan website and with their names and phone numbers. They're just starting their work in the sense of interviewing and so on and so forth. And their reports are due to the transition on the 15th of June. As you all know, because of the runoff, they lost a month of time for preparation, so there's a lot of work that they are doing. Until those reports are in, Mr. Sullivan has told me, until those reports are in, he is not making any decisions either on what is appropriate for the municipality or what is appropriate for positions in his new administration. That will be forthcoming after the 15th and obviously before the 1st of July. He'll have 2 weeks to do that sort of thing. And frankly, folks, the transition is going to tail into the period after July 1 when he's sworn in. You're not going to get that whole government put together in 45 days. So just for everyone's information. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson, you had something else?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to briefly report on the Wright Street closure issue. Mr. Coffey and I met with Dow staff and also MOA staff, and they presented us and the neighbors with, I believe it was 6 alternatives, and they explained each one of them. And after that explanation, the neighbors were pretty persistent in what it was that they felt was going to be in the best interest of dealing with traffic, and at the same time taking the neighborhoods into consideration. So long story short, the solution is that Wright Street is going to remain closed for now. And the neighbors know that, but because of an item that's on the agenda this evening, the UMed ordinance that's here for introduction, it still includes opening up Wright Street, and so they were pretty upset, and I made a couple phone calls and let them know that this document was put together in April, and there simply wasn't enough time to revise it before this evening, and that it's only for introduction, and by the time we act on this document, there will be a floor amendment made to do what everyone agreed to. And I just want to take a moment really quick and thank the administration and Dow engineers for listening to our neighbors. It really made a big difference, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Coffey.
On that, there's one other person who deserves a lot of thanks, and that's Ms. Jackson. She organized, called, did all the heavy lifting on the deal, and I thank her for including me. But she did the work, and I sort of rode along with her and helped a little bit. But she did the work, so thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
All right, the addendum is before us.
Move to incorporate.
And just to clarify, are you also moving to incorporate the late on the table items on the yellow sheet? Thank you. Is that acceptable with a second?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to read those items and then see if there's objection. 9B5, Resolution AR 144, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting revisions to the Anchorage Carbon Monoxide Maintenance Plan, including an AM 304. C4 on the agenda is a Memorandum 305. It's a recommendation of award to Seacoast Construction Company Incorporated for the UMed Transit and Pedestrian Improvements Phase 1, project number 04-42 for the Municipality of Anchorage, and that is listed as $1,384,649.50. Item D8 on the agenda is AM 306. This is a Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission appointment of Eleanor Andrews. Item D9, Assembly Memorandum AM 307, is the appointment to the Investment Advisory Commission of Barbara Rossetti. On item 9D10, AM 308, is the Police and Fire Retiree Medical Pre-Funding Investment Board appointment of Kian Yu Sun. Item D11, Assembly Memorandum AM 309, Youth Advisory Commission appointments of Laura Berry and Wiley Carson. Item 9D12, Assembly Memorandum AIM 310, is a recommendation to authorize Solid Waste Services to enter into a 5-year renewable land use permit with the United States Army for 47 acres of land at Fort Richardson for $60,066. Item E6 is an informational memorandum, AIM 56, which is a substantial amendment to the Housing and Community Development 2008 Action Plan for application of community development block grant funding as allocated under the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. Item F9, these are resolutions and ordinances for introduction. AO71 is an ordinance repealing and reenacting Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 8.80 regarding fees for excessive police responses. Item F10 is ordinance AO72, an ordinance authorizing an equal value land exchange of Heritage Land Bank parcels 2-153, 2-154, and 2-155. This is lots 4, 5, and 6, Block 4 of the Abbott Loop Manor subdivision for lots 11 and 22. Section 22, Township 13 North, is that right away? R?
Just read the numbers.
R3W, Seward Meridian, located south of Russian Jack Springs Park. This is from HLB. Item F11 is the ordinance 73. It's an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, subsection 3.30.1511F, employer required general furlough leave without pay, to change the sunset date to December 31st, 2009. 13C is continued public hearing. 13C2 is for AO 2009-40 substitute. It's a substitute of the Anchorage Food Code that is elsewhere on our agenda and changes some of the language in that food code memorandum. Item 9C5 is Assembly Memorandum AIM 313. It's a recommendation of award to Alaska Interstate Construction, LLC, for 6th Avenue reconstruction, Patterson Street to Muldoon Road, project number 05-02 for the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management Engineering, tune of $3,821,604.65. Item F12 for introduction is a resolution AR 146. It's a resolution ratifying a letter of agreement amending the collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association. And that's set for a public hearing date of June 9th. Item F13, Assembly Memorandum AM 315, Planning and Zoning Commission appointment of Sarah Scanlon. And that's also set for public comment on June 9th. 11A2, old business, there is a revision, a substitute version of AO 2008-124. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 25.35 to add a mission statement and update the Anchorage Community Development Authority organizational structure and related revisions. It amends Chapters 1.25, 2.35, 9.06, 9.30, 9.32, 9.34, and 9.65 to implement the ACDA organization and structure. Is there objection to adding these to the consent agenda? Seeing none, those items are incorporated. The amended agenda is before us. Motion.
Move to approve.
And is there a second? All right. With that, I'm going to ask if people have items they'd like to pull. Ms. Gray Jackson, would you like to start on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Apple 5. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn, do you have anything?
Nothing to pull, Madam Chair.
9 Apple 2.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Oh, let's see. 9D7. No, I'm not going to pull that one. I'm going to pull 9E1, 9F2 for the purpose of setting the public hearing to a different date. Same for 9F5, 6, and 8 to reset the public hearings.
5, 6, and 8.
5, 6, and 8.
That was F5, 6, and 8?
Uh-huh.
Correct. Anything else, Ms. Drummond?
Just check. No, thank you, Madam Chair.
It hasn't been pulled yet. If it's not, I will. Mr. Birch?
9 Alpha 3.
Anything else, Ms. Birch?
Nope.
Ms. Gutierrez?
9 Bravo 1, Madam Chair, that's all.
Okay, Bravo 1. Mr. Starr?
9 Alpha 4 and 9 Bravo 5.
And 9 Bravo 5 on the addendum. All right. Dr. Selkirk?
9 Bravo 4.
Has that been 9 Bravo 4, okay.
That's it, thank you.
Mr. Coffey?
9 Alpha 1 on the main agenda.
9
And 9 F13 on the late on the table items, which was incorporated into the addendum, the P&Z appointment.
Okay. All right, I'm
Madam Chair?
Ms. Coy Jackson?
Thank you very much. There is one other item that I'd like to pull, but only to, I don't think it's a conflict of interest, but I just want to bring it to folks' attention. And it is 9 Cat 1.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to recap those to make sure we've all got them. On the regular agenda, 9 Alpha 1, Mr. Coffey, 9 Alpha 2, Ms. Johnston, 9 Alpha 3, Mr. Birch, 9 Alpha 4, Mr. Starr, 9 Alpha 5, Ms. Gray Jackson. Continuing on the regular agenda, 9 Bravo 1, Mr. Gutierrez, 9 Bravo 4, Dr. Selkirk.
I'm reading.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Okay. Continuing on, item in C1 as Ms. Gray Jackson. E, informational item E1, Ms. Drummond. Ms. Drummond continuing F2, F5, F6, F8. On the addendum, Bravo 5, Mr. Starr. On the late on the table sheet, F13, Mr. Coffey. Did I get them all? Okay. Thank you. Is there objection to approving the consent agenda minus the items pulled? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond?
Yeah, I would just like to take note of the bid awards. The bids have been coming in significantly under the engineer's estimate. I'm pleased to note.
Ms. Gray Jackson? You're in my queue. Is that from last time? Okay. At this time, there's a number of people. Oh, wait. All right. Just a minute. Oh, no, we haven't yet, because I wanted to say something first. The consent agenda has been approved, and I believe there were some people appointed.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
And so what I'd like to ask is if you have just been appointed to a board or commission, if you wouldn't mind coming down to the mic and introducing yourself so we know who you are and what you are going to be doing.
Madam Chair, Assembly members, and Acting Matt Clayman. My name is Hazel Blackmore. I'm Director of Community Leadership for NeighborWorks Anchorage, and my appointment is to the Diversity Advisory Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of the Assembly, my name is Barbara Rossetti. I'm a broker with National Planning Corporation, and I have been appointed to the Investment Advisory Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the community.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Assembly, Mayor Clayman, my name is Greer Gaylor, and I'm going to be serving on the Arts Commission.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who's been appointed?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor Clayman, and staff. My name is Sarah Scanlon. I am the Deputy Director at Rural Alaska Community Action Program. We serve and employed 700 people around the state last year, and I have been appointed to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Well, thank you for coming forward. We haven't quite done that one yet. It got pulled, but I'm anticipating that we will.
Sorry.
Could everyone join me in thanking these people who are giving their time? Thank you very much. We are now Mr. Coffey and 9A1. And your mic's not on, sir.
Sorry, 2009-134. Move to approve.
Second.
That item is before us. Is there objection?
I don't have a, but before it gets approved, I would ask that the mayor's office be added as a sponsor, and I think all Assembly members would like to be added as sponsors also, and that appears to have, it was an oversight that all of us were not added the first time, and that we will do our best not to let it happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. I was going to say the same thing. That was an inadvertent oversight. This should be from all of us. Was there objection? Seeing none, that item is approved. And Mr. Coffey, you reading?
I'm reading it. Ms. Selkrig is presenting.
And if she could come forward, Ms. Macheski. I hope I got it right. Super.
Madam Chair, this is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Shirley Macheski for her 35 years of service to the community as senior accountant at the Port of Anchorage. Whereas Shirley Macheski began working for the Port of Anchorage on August 24, 1974, and whereas Ms. Macheski's dedicated service has been valuable throughout all leadership transitions in the municipality of Anchorage and specifically at the Port of Anchorage, and whereas the tenants and stakeholders of the Port of Anchorage have come to count on Ms. Macheski's institutional knowledge, experience, and aptitude to assist them in lease and tariff negotiations and accounting procedure updates, and whereas after 35 years of service to all the citizens of Western and South Central Alaska, by helping to keep Alaska's regional port vibrant and fully operational, she is retiring on May 29, 2009. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and honors Shirley Macheski for her 35 years of service to the port, our community, and our state, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 26th day of May 2009.
Bravo. You have a cheering section here, or a fan club.
Madam Chair, I might just add to this is the flowers from the Port of Anchorage, and this is our total payroll up here. And this is a little, Leo tried to pick the diamonds out of here. It's a nice 35-year pin with 3 diamonds in it, so you got a little ways to go yet, some of you. So, Shirley's bounced around a lot in her employment. She only had 2 jobs in her adult life. Maybe some of it was in her baby life, but she worked for the Port of Stockton in California and then come up here and been here 35 years. So she's not one to bounce around too much.
Okay. Well, I hope she's going to say something to us.
I'd like to say thank you. It's been a wonderful time, most of the time. And I've worked with some wonderful people over the years. And Mayor Sullivan was in business at the time. Sorry, Mayor Clayman. And I see that we now have a new Mayor Sullivan. On my way out, I guess that's just appropriate at this time. And thank you all.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnston, 9A2? No, approve. Approve. Approve.
Move to introduce Resolution 2000. Move to approve 2009-135.
Second. Or not.
Is there objection to approving this resolution? Seeing none, that is approved. Could Ms. Griffith come forward, please? And who's reading? Are you reading?
I'm reading.
All right.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Patricia J. Griffith for 32 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Patricia J. Griffith began working for the municipality of Anchorage in the finance department in 1976 as a principal clerk in the finance department, where she supported the chief fiscal officer, and she was promoted to senior officer assistant in December of 1976. And whereas in 1977, Patricia moved to the special assessment section of Treasury, progressing in this section to senior accounting clerk, and in 1980 moved to delinquent collection section, working as a collector. Patricia was a member of the MOA Outstanding Work Unit of the Year for 1989. And whereas in 1991, Patricia was promoted to junior administrative officer, and then to administrative officer, and then promoted again to 1992 to senior administrative officer. Patricia was appointed as a member of the municipal team charged with implementing the miscellaneous accounts receivable module in the PeopleSoft financial system. And whereas Patricia transferred the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility in 2000 and became the collections representative supervisor, and went on to become the manager of the customer service billing and collections section in 2001, responsible for monthly collections for a customer base of 56,000 with over $5 million in monthly revenues. And whereas in 2001, Patricia was recognized as a member of the AWWU Work Unit of the Quarter as part of the Revenue Enhancement and Improvement Team, and in March 2005, Patricia was a member of the AWWU Work Unit of the Quarter as a team member of the Utilities Mini Bond Sale Promotion. And whereas Patricia was an integral member of the Utilities Core Team, which designed, developed, and implemented the Utilities' new billing system. This core team worked tirelessly for 2 years to ensure the implementation was flawless and was recognized for expertise. As a member of the Customer Service Division team, she was awarded the 2005 AWWU Special Achievement Award. And whereas Patricia is retiring on May 31st, 2009, leaving the Customer Service Division with a strong foundation for fulfilling AWWU's mission and with a strong record of accomplishment. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves Patricia J. Griffith is recognized for 32 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 26th day of May, 2009.
You've been busy.
Yes, I have. Thank you very much. Whether I'm asked to say something or not, I'm going to.
Please do.
My fan club is sitting down.
No, they stood up right away, I'll tell you.
I just wanted to say that working for the municipality of Anchorage has been one of the joys of my life. I've worked with wonderful people, worked for, worked with, and had wonderful staff working for me. I came to work with the municipality of Anchorage just after the dust settled with the unification. And I worked most of my career in Treasury and Finance. And the last 9 years I worked at AWWU, which has been wonderful. Met some wonderful people there. One of the things that's not on here that I'd like to say is one of the accomplishments that I'm most proud of is in the 80s, I was part of the team that implemented the delinquent fine receivable, where we started attaching permanent funds. And we brought in millions of dollars for the criminal fine system, so I'm very, very proud of that. So it's been a great career, and sorry to go, but I'm ready to move on to new challenges. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Mr. Birch, A3.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there objection to this? Seeing none, AR 136 is approved. If Mr. Murdoch could come forward.
Okay. I'm trying it together.
I don't know.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring John R. Murdoch for his 31 years, 6 months of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas John Jack R. Murdoch began his employment in the water industry with Central Alaska Utilities on November 16, 1976, and on January 1, 1984, began working with the Hydrant Maintenance and Connections crews for the Operations and Maintenance Division of Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility. And whereas on January 7, 1985, Jack transferred from the Operations and Maintenance Division to the Treatment Division, taking a voluntary demotion to learn more about utility operations. And whereas Jack was promoted to Treatment Plant Operator 2 shortly after his transfer to the Treatment Division, and on February 3, 1988, was promoted to Treatment Plant Senior Operator at the Eklutna Water Treatment Facility. Jack was promoted again to Operations Foreman on October 12, 1995, and to Superintendent on May 20, 2002. And whereas Jack has set an example for all employees by continually advancing his skills and those of his colleagues, and by continually improving operation at Anchorage's largest water treatment facility. And whereas Jack has served the citizens of Anchorage well by maintaining exemplary standards of performance and leadership in each position held throughout his 32-year career. And whereas Jack will retire from AWWU effective May 28, 2009. He leaves the utility with a legacy of excellence and a competent and professional workforce that will guarantee the municipality of Anchorage is provided with the highest quality water and best-in-class service. The Anchorage Assembly resolves that John R. Murdoch is recognized for his 32 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage and the citizens of Anchorage. Thank you.
This is Jack. Jack would have started about 12.
Yeah. I'm not Jack Murdoch. My name is Craig Willard, and I'm the director of the treatment division at AWWU. And Jack was unable to be here tonight, but on his behalf, I want to thank you for this acknowledgement and let you know, frankly, that Jack's been a wonderful employee for AWWU, a great leader, and we're certainly going to miss him and his contributions to our utility, but he has set us up well for the future. So thanks again.
Thank you. Number 9A4, Mr. Starr?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there objection? Seeing none, we've approved that recognition. And is Mr. Larry Phillips here? And could he come forward? And Mr. Starr, are you reading?
I am.
Okay.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Larry W. Phillips for his 30 years of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Larry W. Phillips began employment with the municipality of Anchorage on May 21, 1979 as a treatment plant operator at the John Ashland Water Treatment Facility. Larry was selected as Employee of the Month for March 1981 for his initiative, resourcefulness, and interest in improving operations at the facility. And whereas Larry was promoted to Senior Operator in Girdwood Wastewater Treatment Facility on July 6, 1982 to July 8 of 1985 when he transferred to the Ship Creek Water Treatment Facility in Anchorage. Whereas Larry has been a cornerstone of the Alaska section of the American Water Works Association for many years, serving in leadership roles including committee chair, vice chair, and section chair. In each role, Larry provided an unprecedented level of service, dedication, and benefit to the Alaska section. And whereas Larry received the Alaska section's prestigious Fuller Award in 1990 and served 2 terms as Alaska's director on the board of the American Water Works Association. And whereas Larry served as national vice president for the American Water Works Association from 2000 to 2001 and received AWWA's Honorary Member Award in 2006. And whereas Larry's commitment to his profession and the industry serve as a model for all employees, and whereas Larry's strong work ethic, enthusiasm, and desire to continually improve his skills and plant operations have left a legacy of excellence for the citizens of Anchorage.
And whereas Larry will retire from AWWU effective May 28, 2009. The Anchorage Assembly resolves Larry W. Phillips is recognized for his 30 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage and the citizens of Anchorage. Passed and approved this day, municipality.
I thank the Assembly for this recognition, and quite frankly, I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving me that opportunity 30 years ago to come in the door. For those people who've made their contribution, invested their time, or took a chance on this kid, I owe them a debt of gratitude. I've had a dream job working along so many dedicated municipal employees over the 30 years, from the Anchorage Police Department, Municipal Light and Power, NSTAR, Anchorage Fire Department, and so many other unsung heroes that have served with such dedication. A lot of times they, whether they believe it or not, carry a mark on their back as municipal employees, but we need to be reminded now and again that we serve the public. It's the people's house that we serve, and if we do that to maximize our time and our efficiencies to the best of our abilities, we can walk away with a glad heart. And I thank you very much for having had that opportunity. Thank you.
Excellent words. Thank you for your service, sir. Ms. Gray-Jackson, the next one, A5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Is there objection? Seeing none, that item is approved. Is Mr. Lowry here? And if so, could he come forward? He's not here? Could you come forward to take his resolution? Thank you. Who's presenting? Mr. Flynn? Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Michael J. Lowry for his 25 years, 3 months of service with the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Mike J. Lowry started with Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility February 21st, 1983 as a utility man 2 at the Ship Creek Water Treatment Facility. On May 20th, 1983, he was promoted to Utility Man 3, and on November 18, 1985, received the promotion to Treatment Plant Operator 2. And whereas Mike was laterally transferred to the Eklutna Water Treatment Facility on March 14, 1988, he received a promotion to Treatment Plant Senior Operator on August 12, 2004. And whereas Mike has worked to improve operations at the Eklutna Water Treatment Facility for over 20 years, during which he has met the challenges of implementing new work management and control systems. And whereas Mike has, throughout his career, used his troubleshooting skills to identify problems before they interfere with normal operations or create water quality concerns. And whereas on May 21st, 2009, Mike will retire from AWWU, having left a legacy of excellent water treatment operations. The Anchorage Assembly resolves Michael J. Lowry is recognized for his 26 years of service to the municipality of Anchorage and the citizens of Anchorage. Thank you.
Again, thank you on behalf of Mike, and thank you for acknowledging these 3 operators in the treatment division at AWW and for recognizing what they've done for the community. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, not only it sounds like AWWU is losing some excellent people, the city as a whole is losing some excellent people. So best to you all, and thank you. Thank you. Moving on. Oh. Nine Bravo 1, Mr. Gutierrez.
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Chair, I only brought this up. You'll notice.
Could you punch in if you don't
my
mind?
mistake. Thank you.
Thank you.
The words weed and seed program in this particular resolution, I only wanted to point out this is not my weed and seed site that I am normally conflicted out of when things come before the Assembly. This is the East Anchorage site that is coordinated by Mr. Tim Sullivan.
And there's nothing financially tying you with this one, is there?
Correct.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this matter? Is there any objection to approval? Seeing none, that item is approved. Moving on then to 9 Bravo 4, Dr. Selkrig.
Move to approve.
And could you punch in, please? And was there a second?
Second.
The document that we originally had in our packet has actually been revised somewhat based on further public comment, and I believe that there are 3, you should have actually 4 separate sheets in front of you, reference 9B4. There should be 1, 2, 3, and 3A. Does everybody have that? I think that the most kind of efficient way to do this would be to just amend the ordinance on line 25. The resolution on line 25 to include comprehensive and economic development strategies for the municipality of Anchorage, including amendments 1, 2, 3, and 3A. And I think that there's people here representing this work. I know Sue Fison's here and Daryl's here to address the amendments if there are any questions. But
okay, so you are making that amendment.
Yes, that's my.
And Ms. Drummond, were you seconding that too?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, I believe she just made that amendment, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Drummond seconded it. All right. Is there discussion on these amendments? And if there's any questions, there's folks in the audience here who can help. There appears to be none. Are there?
Madam Chair, I did want to just speak
Mr.
very
Klayman?
briefly as to the SEDS. Mr. Bill Popp is here from AEDC, as well as Sue Fison, who's the consultant that's been working on it, as well as Daryl Hess. And I just want to recognize all of their really hard work on this. The amendments, we basically took all the proposed amendments and incorporated them into the document because this really, I think, has been an effective inclusion of the community, and I just wanted to make those comments before the body votes.
And I would like to take the opportunity to thank Dr. Selkrig. If you recall, she mentioned how important this document was to the body some weeks ago, and her committee has gone through it, and she asked for an additional outreach, which apparently has been very productive. So thank you for that, Dr. Selkrig.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
All right. There appears to be no objection to incorporating those amendments. Is there any objection to approving the resolution and adopting the document as amended?
No, ma'am.
Seeing none, that item is approved as adopted. And thank you very much, everyone, for the work that's done on that. It's going to be real valuable for us as a community. I appreciate it. Moving on, the next item before us is 9 Bravo 5. Mr. Starr, you had that?
Move to approve.
Second.
I pulled this for discussion and clarification on several factors of it. One of them, I'd like to get the update on where we're at with the process to become a local option, which was directed to us about a year ago on pulling us out of the state SIP.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Starr. The department continues to move forward on that. The state has outlined a process that they expect us to work with them on that will probably take upwards of 2 years. But we are having monthly teleconferences and continuing to work with them on the changes that would be necessary to do that and are eagerly moving forward.
Well, I guess why wouldn't we say that in our updated plan, such as this document here? I know this is specific to CO output and emissions, but we're not making another reference except in the AM that we intend to be local options selected. And I find it challenging that in 2008, if we get this going at 2013, that's not what I think the folks had in mind.
Right. Through the chair, Mr. Starr. We don't include it in the plan right now because we had been moving forward on the plan to create the local option. And then when it became clear to us that we wouldn't be able to work with the state and EPA to do it in this time frame, we realized we had to do a stopgap measure so that we could at least implement the 4 to 6 year conversion on January 1st. so we didn't include it in this plan. We are simultaneously working on another plan that does include taking it out as a local option, and this just became an interim measure so that we wouldn't fall behind on meeting the goals of the Assembly.
On the AM, second page, line 6 and 7, it speaks about the new analysis and estimates for statistical probability that we're going to fail air standard compliance through 2023. Without having it in front of me, but I have read it, with or without the IM program, we still pass. Is that right?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, yes, the probability is that we will meet the CO requirements without an IM program.
So the recommendation to continue the IM program or discontinue this isn't appropriate at this time, even though we would meet our air quality standards without the IM program. It's still not an update item for this one that says we're phasing it out or anything like that.
No, it's through the chair, Mr. Starr. Recommendation for this is just to implement the ordinance that you passed last year and move from 4 to 6 years. And then we had hoped to move to the local option sooner, but like I said, we have to overcome a number of procedural items that the state has set forth for us. So we're continuing that, but we didn't want to hold the whole process up.
And line 16 and 17 speaks to limiting fireplaces, wood stoves, and other. I'm challenged by that, partly because of the reference to the attachment has the wood-fired boilers and all of that. And I guess I'm perplexed that the reference that you submitted this to AMATS and the air quality group, and they've weighed in on it. I'm challenged that we're going to restrict the uses of those devices without really a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Starr, through the chair. It was an inadvertent error on our part to include the information on wood-fired boilers. All this contingency plan does is say that one of the secondary contingency items that we might include would be to restrict wood-fired wood-burning appliances, which would be fireplaces, wood stoves, or wood-fired boilers. And that if we chose to implement that plan, the full SIP says that it would be a 6 to 12-month implementation because it would be subject to Assembly approval. So it's sort of unfortunate that both the restrictions on wood-fired boilers, which you're going to hear on June 23rd, is really a separate item, and this is in no way intended to restrict your authority at that time. Even if we got to a place where we exceeded the air quality standard, very unlikely, and picked a secondary contingency option, you would still have to approve this before we could move forward with it. We don't currently have the authority to do that.
Mr. Stark, if I could interject, just to clarify.
I would. I'd like to know what the recommendation is. If it's still included in 16 and 17, I'd like to move to remove that line then.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understand. Ms. Singal, are you saying that basically we could tear out the page on wood-fire boilers?
I'm saying, sorry, Chair Osiander, I'm saying that you could take away the attachment on wood boilers. That is prepared in reference for our meeting on the 23rd where you're discussing that topic.
Okay. So, Mr. Starr, I think it sounds as if an amendment to delete that page would be fine.
I'd like to make a motion to delete lines 16 and 17 from the AM.
No? Sorry, I'm reading body language.
Sorry. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, or your question, through Chair Osiander. The current plan that's out for public review allows us to consider as a contingency measure, should we fail air quality, it allows us to consider bringing forward a restriction on the use of fireplaces, wood stoves, or wood boilers during times of potential exceedances. We don't that's just out there as an option. It was one that came in through the plan process. It's not something that we can act on without your approval. So going back out now may require us to start our public process again and slow down this for a January implementation.
And I don't want to debate necessarily, but the vagueness of that statement that you just made, combined with the specificity of the AM, says to me that we're not really equipped to be able to limit fireplaces or outputs there, because again, the air quality issues, as I understand them from wood-burning stoves and appliances therein, are more air quality related issues. You're trying to update the CO plan. Air quality, wood-burning stoves, all that air quality issue now is blended with this wood-burning stove thing. So I'm trying to come up with a clear statement that updates the CO output emissions. I mean, I would venture to guess we can't even determine the output, or we have any idea if we did curtail burning what it would do to CO levels. We don't know. So I guess my motion to move 16 and 17, I'd like to have a second to discuss that. And again, for the purposes therein, it really is a vague item to move forward as a policy statement from this body or the administration that says that we're equipped to regulate, limit, or do that. And I understand that further debate, further discussion, further research will be fine. Then come back and amend the adopted plan. But I'm really suspect, without working knowledge, that we even know as a entity here that we can curtail fireplaces, or we send out a broadcast alert on CO levels by shutting down fireplaces, wood-burning stoves, or wood-burning boilers. Do we know CO levels will come down? Yeah, I guess there's a question there. Do we know that they'll come down?
Sorry, through the chair, Mr. Starr. Before we would be able to move to enact that, we would do an analysis to look to see if that would be a viable alternative. This just lays out potential alternatives the same way it lays out block heaters, education, transit services. We would have to do, before we came forward, we'd have to do an analysis that we shared with EPA that said, of these potential viable alternatives, this one is the one that would make a difference.
Mr. Starr, could I clarify? Your amendment was on page 2 to delete lines 16 and 17, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Starr.
I don't think we're equipped to address it, whether it's an option item or a menu item or whatever. I don't get a sense that I want to go down that path without the prior. So it seems appropriate to reduce the scope of what we're doing here, and that's to suggest that we've got new CO updated numbers, the SIP blending with the state requirement and the Anchorage Municipal's requirement to update the plan can be accommodated without 16 and 17. So I'm going to ask for that one to be removed.
Okay. Any further? Dr. Selkirk?
I'd like some clarification. Sorry. I'd like some clarification. It's my understanding that this sets the stage for a plan. Is that correct? I mean, it says that it says a new contingency plan that addresses what will be done if Anchorage violates the CO plan in the future. But is that plan done?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, yes, there is a plan that goes along with this document that is posted for public comment right now, yes.
Okay, and the menu refers to a variety of things that the community could use to lower the CO if we exceeded the national levels of appropriate amounts of CO in the air. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, yes, it specifies a menu of items.
Okay, but it wasn't clear to me what you were saying in terms of, so once the plan is done, it comes back to us for final approval? Is that the point at which you're suggesting we don't do this now, but we could do this later? Could you
And through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, no, the plan would not come back to you again after tonight. It would move forward through the process. However, if we came to a place where we had an exceedance, and if we needed to implement a contingency measure, we would not be able to implement this contingency measure about wood-fed appliances without an assembly action, because the department does not currently have the authority to limit people's use of that. So it's there as something we could explore, something we might look into, but it's just one of a number of options.
Why is it, what makes it different? I guess I'm just wondering, see, at some level I don't mind including this as an option if we genuinely can come back and revisit it, but I don't understand where it says we can revisit this in what you've presented to us.
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, the reason that we would have to come back to you is because there is no current existing municipal authority for us that would allow us to restrict this. So we can't impose a law on someone or a regulation on someone that we don't have, and it's not on the books now. So we would have to come back and get your authority or your approval for this by introducing a new AO that restricted, just as we brought forward the ordinance that you'll hear on the 23rd of June for wood-fired boilers. We don't have the authority to restrict it now.
Do you have the authority for any of these items on the menu?
Generally, most of the items would require some sort of assembly action. If we were going to expand bus service or put more money into transit, which I believe is another option, that would require budgetary implications. So generally these are seen as secondary options that can be implemented if we exceed the standard and through a process which we generally take, say would be 6 to 12 months.
So if we delete these lines today and we find ourselves in an enormous bind in the future and the tools we're using don't work, is it possible to bring these items back that we're deleting?
Through the chair, Dr. Selcraig, I think we would put the plan at risk of being approved and thereby not be able to move from a 4 to 6 year exemption. These sorts of mechanisms are part of the statewide implementation plan. So these are not, while this is a new thing to consider, a lot of these options have been there before.
Mr. Starr?
Well, I would, and if we read them, you can see, lines 14, 18, 19, and 20 have transit-related known entities. We've done studies on them, and we're going to go down and we're going to expand government. We're going to expand studies into a new area that we don't have any idea whether it's going to do any good. It's air quality driven. I will concur with that, but it's not specific to the CO quantity. We don't know how many tons of CO are coming out of our fireplaces or our wood-burning stoves, and I'm not ready to start to send the message that that's what we're going to do as a government body here. We're not equipped to regulate it. We don't need to regulate it. We already meet, as your documentation shows, we already meet our CO compliance prediction models through 2023, and I'd like to pull out the 16 and 17 based on our inability as government to sort of decide for the public what's best for them to do and burn a fireplace, heat their homes, or wood-burning stove. We're not equipped tonight to do it, and I think it's a safe recommendation on the other items, which are transit-related items, block heater subsidy programs, ethanol blends, those sort of likes, wood-burning stoves and the program development, the future study, all of that goes into that, I think is not the appropriate course. I still move deletion of 16 and 17.
Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would note that our neighbors to the north in Fairbanks and the Fairbanks North Star Borough are having big problems with wood-burning appliances, and I heard a radio article over the weekend about their various assemblies and borough city councils dealing with this item. I would suggest that we leave it in order to have that option. There has been a time when this community had serious air inversion problems. It's been quite some time, but I don't think it's out of line to have that option if needed.
Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for sake of clarity here, we're trying to convince DEC and the EPA to loosen the requirements on our IM program. We're asking them to give us permission to inspect fewer vehicles and potentially move forward with the deletion of the IM program at some point in the future. That's not allowed at this point, but the Assembly guidance to us last year makes that possible without having to go back for another plan amendment at some point in the future. So what we're trying to show EPA and DEC right now is that if this extra risk of a CO failure that we're accepting, low as it might be, if it does come to pass, that we have other tools under consideration that we could use to address the CO issue. We're not recommending that any of those be implemented at this time. We're merely trying to show EPA and DEC that we know there are other tools out there. And based on what we know from Fairbanks and New England and other places, we know that wood stoves and wood burning of any kind is a significant CO contributor. It may not put us in violation at this point, but if we do end up in a violation situation in the next few years, this is one of the things that we could consider for steps at that time. We know they're contributors. We don't know exactly how much, but we know they're contributors, and that'll be more fully discussed when we get to this in a couple of weeks. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess a question. We're talking about the statewide implementation plan. Obviously, we only govern what we do here in the municipality of Anchorage. Are you saying, Ms. Engel, that we need to have, in addition to proving to the EPA and DEC that we have tools in our toolbox if we violate, are we also saying that we need to be tied in with the SIP and therefore we need the wood burning piece because Fairbanks might need the wood burning piece?
Through the chair, Mr. Flynn, we don't do our separate statewide implementation plan. Anchorage is a subset of what's in the state plan to DEC, so it rolls up from the local level. No, we don't absolutely have to put that piece in. Steve Morris is unfortunately out of town right now, who's our expert. But my understanding is that through the process, this was recommended as a secondary contingency measure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn, I just want to clarify. My understanding is this is an AMATS issue and not a statewide issue. Am I in error?
No, ma'am. The statewide implementation plan is the document that will be amended. It will be amended based on the decision made by AMATS and then secondarily by DEC and EPA. They have to approve the statewide plan amendment, and we're proposing to amend the state plan to allow Anchorage to exempt more vehicles from the IM test and to adjust the program at a later date if that's the will of the organization.
Right. I apologize. I thought I understood this, but how do we have authority to amend a state plan?
We're asking for that. We're asking for that change to be made, and and what you're looking at is what we propose. We would tell the state to amend the plan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr. I apologize.
No apologies. It's just that the state plan, a significant portion of the state plan is based on the Anchorage plan, the Anchorage model, which, again, I'll just reiterate, we're not at risk with or without the IM plan of violating our air quality standards. It was very evident, clear, and we're some distance away from it. So to put folks in an alarm or to spend municipal resources to study a wood-burning stove issue or start to regulate items, and I don't want to fail it to learn the message, there's no question about it, but I think we're going down a resource or spending resources on a path that we're so far away from failing the CO monitor programs to expand it or to expand study of wood-burning fireplaces and send a message that we're going to restrict their use is not appropriate to do in this document. So the motion still stands, 1617. I just call a question at this point.
Well, there's only one person in the queue, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Coffey.
Well, if lines 16 and 17 on page 2 were removed, what would happen to exhibit for AM supporting wood-fired boilers, the last 2 pages? Would that go away too? Just procedurally.
Mm-hmm. It's just there.
I mean, they've got 2 pages on wood-fired boilers.
It should be in there, according to her.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Engel?
Through the chair, Mr. Coffey, I indicated earlier that those 2 pages on wood-fired boilers were inadvertently attached to this when they should be attached to the item for the 23rd.
I must have been picking up my pencil. Sorry.
All right. The amendment is before us, and I just want to clarify. This is on the AM, page 2, the potential deletion of line 16 through 17. Please vote. That item fails, 5-5. Moving on to the main item. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing none, that item is approved. We do have an appearance request that we need to take care of. Mr. Potter, you want to come forward?
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, administration, and citizens of Anchorage. I'm here tonight representing as one member of a group called Anchorage Skates, and we're here to give you a check.
I like that.
But you have to let these people speak a little bit as well before you get it. In 2003, Anchorage Skates was formed as kind of a group that was interested in supporting the possible selection and location and construction of a speed skating oval. That was a designated international dimension that would be the 6th speed skating oval of appropriate dimensions in the United States. We believe that it would do good things for winter activities, and the location in Midtown Park would be most appropriate. It was constructed. We had our first year of ice at the Oval this last year. There were multiple competitions through the Oscar Speed Skating Club, and it was used by a variety of people, both people that worked at the offices surrounding the property, the general public. The Speed Skating Club reserved two-hour periods, 2 hours on Thursday night, 2 hours on Tuesday night, and 2 hours on Saturday for races and for training. So the rest of the time it was open for the public to skate, and they did skate. Likewise, we knew that it would be a year-round facility that would be used all 4 seasons of the year, which was very important to us to make sure that there was a constituency that was supporting Cuddy Family Midtown Park. So we're here with members of Anchorage Skates and the Alaska Speed Skating Club to give you a little bit of a thank you and a little bit of a request for further support. Make sure that you go out there, and Mr. Coffey, you're going to buy another $200 worth of pins next year too, right?
You bet.
You bet. And he handed them all out to you, so you have them, and we hope that you're wearing them. With that, I'll let these people introduce themselves, say a little bit.
My name is Jim Rankard. I'm with the co-chair of Anchorage Skates, and we did have a successful year. It was a long, hard project to get done, and we're not quite done. Our mission was to build the Speed Skating Oval, and now our new mission is to finish it and make it sustainable. Finishing means we're going to be working on lights and some sort of shelter out there, and we're also working on a maintenance endowment.
Super.
I'm Nancy Heine, and I'm here representing the Alaska Speed Skating Club. We appreciate all that Anchorage Skates did to provide this facility and to the city of Anchorage. So we are using it, we are happy, and we are looking for another very good winter of ice, and hoping to support some more racing throughout the winter next year.
Super.
My name is Steve Ortland. I am just one little person of a whole lot of people that have worked for years and years and years to get this done. And I was proud and happy to be able to lend my support to this project, and it's really neat to see it actually here.
Well, we thank you all very much.
Okay, so is it the administration that's going to come down?
I think so.
We should let you know that we had 5 months of skatable ice, and it was excellent. The contractor that the city hired through Parks and Rec to maintain the ice, Zamboning it about 3 days a week. So it was excellent for everybody that used it. Probably my proudest moment is looking at the variety of people, ages, sizes, everything, abilities, year-round out there, from disabled to kids, people learning how to ride their bikes for the first time in a safe environment, families spending a lot of time. Mr. Mayor, this actually goes to Mr. Abbott, but I'll give it to you. And it is a check for $10,000 to help offset the $16,000 contract for ice maintenance for the skating oval for this winter. We are raising funds for next year already, and as Mr. Rankard indicated, we have signed ourselves up for another 5 years, and our goal is to get the rest of the amenities at the oval and put together a significant endowment that will take care of maintenance winter and summer for the oval over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We do have some people. Hold on a minute. There's some comments. If you could come on back. Mr. Coffey, you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted you to know that we were there this weekend, my family and I. My kids were rollerblading, they call it, rollerblading, and it's a lovely place. At the request of some constituents, I was flying a kite, and it was just a very beautiful, lovely thing. And I just wanted to say thank you. I think when I first got here, I met Jim on the Oval, about the Oval, and I've been a supporter, but certainly the work that you folks have done is just most appreciated. It's an absolutely lovely park in the middle of Mr. Gray Jackson's and my district, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk.
When I was planning director in the 90s, this park was just an idea, and it was just an enormous amount of commitment on the public's part to make it happen. And I thought that the statue that should actually be in that park should be a bunch of citizens shoulder to shoulder with pencils and papers and telephones. So I just want to say thank you for your work. It's part of the heritage of this park, and it's going to keep it wonderful through time. Thanks very, very much.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to echo Mr. Coffey's words almost. I wasn't there this weekend, but I was there before it was completed, and I just want to thank you for all your hard work and for your generous contribution. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
I just want to thank Mr. Potter for converting the word Zamboni into a verb. That's really exciting for future use. Thank you.
Well, I had a question actually for Mr. Coffey. Are you the one with the octopus kite?
No, I have a sailboat kite.
Okay. Yeah.
I have one more. Were the exact words "go fly kite" or you said someone suggested you fly kite?
I don't think we're going to go there,
Okay, all right.
but thank you very much. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go
Thank
fly
you.
a kite.
Ms. Gray-Jackson, we are at C1 on our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
I pulled this item from the agenda because I live in the subdivision that's going to have the next phase of the fence built, and I don't stand to gain anything financially, but I am going to gain a little peace and quiet when I'm sitting on my deck, and the noise is not going to be as bad. But I just wanted to bring that to the body's attention. I don't think I have a conflict, but it's out there.
I'm going to rule that peace and quiet will not be a conflict and that you should participate in this vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Here, here.
Is there any further discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Selkirk.
When I saw this, I was delighted to see it, and I'm just wondering, just to the administration, are we going to slowly move down Northern Lights with projects in terms of sound? Will we ever get to the very far end of East Anchorage? Well, is this going to be ongoing?
Madam Chairman, Dr. Selkirk, these are funded by state grants, and in this piece of Northern Lights, it's a state right-of-way. So the short answer is, I don't know.
Okay.
If the funds are available, we'll certainly work to help put them together. We're doing this job at the state's request on their right-of-way, and this is funded by a state grant.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one other comment to Dr. Selkirk. I'm really excited about it, but this has been a long time coming. It's been in the works for a really long time, and I've lived there 15 years, and I think that's probably about how long it's been in the works.
Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. Just a brief historical comment. At one time, we had $660,000 for a portion of this fence. The government and the engineers spent over half of it in a discussion, let's say, with the Urban Design Commission over the design of the fence, so it reduced the amount of fence we were able to build substantially. That was one of the impetuses relative to some concerns expressed about UDC and others. I'm hoping we're past that, Mr. Abbott, and that most of this money will be spent on the fence.
Well, what you're looking at is an award, so all of that will be spent on the fence, and all of the design issues have been resolved.
Hallelujah.
Are there any, Ms. Drummond?
I'd just like to observe that this set of bids is significantly below the engineer's estimate, which is good news for the city and for the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Dr. Selkirk.
Just one last note. They built a glass sound retaining wall along Tudor, and somebody ran into it, and it's so expensive to fix that there's issues around the insurance. So I would just urge not to make this wall or this barrier glass.
This one's a wooden fence.
Oh, good.
8 feet, 10 feet high. I can't remember which. Yeah.
It's 8, 10 feet. Thank you.
Great. Since we're talking about a state grant, I want to seize the moment to say a special thank you and recognition to Representative Stoltz, co-chair of House Finance, who's in the audience. Thank you for coming, Bill. Is there any further discussion on this item? Is there objection to this item? Seeing none, it is approved. Moving on. The next item before us is E1. Ms. Drummond?
Move to approve.
Accept?
Or accept Information Memorandum AIM 51-2009.
And would you put the screen? Go ahead, Ms. Drummond.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to inform you there's an update coming from the administration at some point regarding the recent Alaska Supreme Court decision on AWWU matters. So this is an early memorandum that did not include that item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to make any comment on that, Mr. Abbott or Mr.
Only to
Drummond?
say that we're working with AWU leadership to generate the information that was requested by the chair.
Thank you very much. Moving on.
Madam Chair, I'm in the queue, I think.
I'm sorry, Mr. Coffey, go ahead.
When you make that report, could you give us also an analysis relative to the dividend, please? Because that was the reason we didn't get it, was because of that pending case. It'd be nice to know where that stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selcraig?
And I have the last two lines of this point out that the $600,000 cannot be made this year in the 09 budget. Is that a further deficit that we're facing, or have we already dealt with that?
I think we knew that when we did the first quarter budget adjustments. We were aware of that fact.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Is there objection to acceptance? Seeing none, this item is accepted. Moving on, the next item is F2 for introduction. Ms. Drummond?
Move to approve.
Introduce?
Excuse me. Move to introduce.
Second.
That item is before us. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The public hearing was set for June 9th, 2009. Our agenda is quite full that evening, and the administration has informed me that we can set that public hearing for June 23rd.
Second.
Is there objection to changing the public hearing to the 23rd? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing is changed, and that item will be before us at that date. Moving on. Next item before us would be 9F5. Ms. Drummond?
Move to approve AO 2009-69. Move to introduce, excuse me.
Second.
That item is before us. Ms. Drummond?
Same thing. It's been set for public hearing on June 9th. I'd like to change that to June 23rd, as the agenda, again, is quite full on the 9th.
Second.
Is there objection to changing the public hearing date? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing date is changed, and that item will be before us on that date. Go ahead, Ms. Drummond, with F6.
Okay, move to approve AO 2009-70. Move to introduce, sorry.
Second.
I need a third. All right, Ms. Drummond?
Okay, same thing, Madam Chair. Agenda on June 9th is full. Move that we change it to June 23rd.
Second.
Is there objection to changing?
Madam Chair, I just have a question.
Go ahead.
How's the 23rd look now that we're doing this? We're not.
Well, so far we're all right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I hope that continues. All right. Is there objection to changing that public hearing date? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing date is changed, and that item will be before us on that date. Ms. Drummond, you have one more, F8.
Move to introduce AR 2009-143. Same thing. Reset the public hearing from the 9th to the 23rd.
And was there a second for changing the public hearing?
Second.
All right. Is there objection to changing the public hearing date? Hearing and seeing none, that item will be before us on that date. That takes us to the end of the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, not F13.
Pardon me. You are correct. I stand corrected. Mr. Coffey, F13.
Move to introduce. I think we might need a third.
I third.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I'd like to move to change the public hearing date to July 7th.
Is there a second to that? All right. The public hearing date has been potentially changed.
Madam Chairman?
Go ahead.
This is not an item. I suppose it could be set for public hearing, but a public hearing is not required. There's simply a comment period that is required by code for a P&Z appointment, but there's no public hearing that has generally been set for these appointments.
Okay, so you meant to say the public comment period, Mr.
Well,
Coffey?
I don't care if the public comment period closes. What I would like to do is have a discussion on this matter at a date other than the 9th. That's what the basis of my motion.
All right. Everybody understands.
What we have here, Madam Chair, and I'll give you the reasons. We have an appointment to a decision-making body. In the past, as opposed to an advisory board or commission, in the past we have sometimes vetted the people. And I don't know whether that's going to happen here. I do not know this person. I have no reason to expect one way or another, but given the fact that sometimes these appointments relative to decision-making bodies take a little bit of more effort than they do for the advisory ones. That's my only point.
All right.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, there is a queue. Dr. Selkrieg's first.
I was in line because I was the one that pulled F6 and wanted to be added, and I didn't get called on, and we immediately went to something else.
I apologize.
That's okay, but I mean.
Do you want to make a comment about
I actually do have a comment on this. I do have a comment on this, and that is that I appreciate the concern that Mr. Coffey's raising, and I think maybe it's appropriate for this body to say it's time to pause in terms of new appointments. But in light of the fact that this was in the packet, that this person has come down, we've welcomed her. I would not change the date. I'd keep it. I think we can move forward on these.
Once we've dealt with this, I'll go back
Thank
to
you.
if you have any other comments, Dr. Selkrieg. I apologize. Mr. Gutierrez.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Selkrieg stated it perfectly. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Klayman.
I just wanted to note with regard to boards and commissions, I think a lot of these boards and commissions we need to keep the positions full. It's hard enough getting people to volunteer and work on these, and it's important for these to keep functioning to fill them in a timely manner when people resign. Mr. Earnhardt had been due to be on the commission for much longer, and he had pretty serious illness and has been out of state and had to resign, and so we're trying to keep the commissions full as well as the boards.
All right. The item before you is to set this for the agenda of, I'm sorry, did you say July what, Mr. Coffey?
7th or June
July
23rd. I don't much care.
Well,
I said the 7th.
July 7th. All right. I'm going to ask then if there's apparently objection to this, so I'm going to put it on the board. If you vote yes, then we would go to July 7th for this item. So please vote. Who do we need? That item fails. It is back before us then with a date of June 9th. Are there any further discussions or amendments? All right. Seeing none, is there opposition for the, well, I can't do that. It's just for introduction, and there was 3 already. So I'm going to put that on our calendar for the 9th. Now, moving back to you, Dr. Selkrieg, I apologize. You had a comment on an earlier item you want to make?
I had just pulled 9F6 and wanted to ask that I be included as a sponsor.
Is there objection, though this item is going to be heard on later on in June, is there objection to adding Dr. Selkrieg as a co-sponsor? Seeing none, we'll do that. Thank you very much. All right. We are now done with the consent agenda.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Drummond.
I was supposed to note that an item that we passed on the consent agenda without discussion, item 9D7, for van pool management and administrative services, we'll be able to add vans to the van pool. And I'm very pleased about that, and I know you are as well. So good work.
Yeah, bravo on that one. Thank you. All right. We are then beginning our old business unfinished action. 11A is before us, and let me check what the status of that is.
Time is it?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Do we have a yellow sheet?
Yes, we do. And I was just referring to that. The public hearing on this item was closed, and there was a motion to approve already on the floor.
Thanks.
And I would note that there is an S version, so if someone would like to move to substitute.
Move the 124S, 2008 124S.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right. So the S version is before us. Is there a discussion?
Madam Chair, I just note Mr. Pollack is here. I saw him earlier. If there's any questions. Oh,
And
he's right in front of me.
Right in front of you. All right. Are there any questions? There appear to be none. Are there any objections to approving the S version? Hearing and seeing none, the S version is approved.
Got to see the S version.
The next item before us is 11B. and that is, the public hearing was closed, but there is no motion pending.
Madam Chair, move to postpone till the June 23rd meeting. If I can have a second, I'll explain.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The attorney for the police and fire retirees was here earlier this evening. He said they are this close to a settlement, and he held his fingers up. He wanted to continue to the 9th of June. I told him I thought we were pretty busy. Therefore, I said I would move to the 23rd of June, if that's okay with the chair and the body. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Is there objection to that?
No objection. I just would like some clarification. It's a simple question.
Mr. Starr, go ahead.
Well, maybe it's not that simple. When we reference the high deductible, what is the high deductible value of that when you're saying an employee high deductible plan?
Madam Chair, point of order.
Well,
sorry, we're talking about a continuance, not the merits.
I'm sorry, Mr. Starr. I think that's a valid objection.
We can help you offline, Mr. Starr.
Well,
okay.
I can answer that.
Well, hold on a minute. Mr. Starr.
No, that's my question if I was in the queue.
You do have the floor, but I'd ask you to speak to the date that we deal with it. So if you want to speak to that, sir?
The reference was that they're close to withdrawing their lawsuit against the city. Is that what the comment was from the maker of the motion?
Mr. Coffey, you
yes,
want to?
that was the statement they made, that they had.
Who was they made it?
There is a class action lawsuit that is represented by Mr. McAlpine. Mr. McAlpine, we've stated in the past that the pending litigation has been an impediment to any resolution of this. When he came in tonight, he told me, and I forget who was standing next to me, that they were Mr. Flynn, that they were very close to a settlement. That would remove an impediment to a resolution of this matter one way or the other. I told the chair, and she asked me that when it came up, I moved to put this matter off and 11C off, give them an opportunity to finalize the litigation, and if they're done with the lawsuit, then we can do what we wish with this. That's all.
No, that's all. Thanks.
All right. Dr. Stubbs.
I just want to note that one of the reasons this body was reluctant to support the initial ordinance when it was before us was because of the lawsuit. So it seems appropriate if the lawsuit's going to be disappearing that we wait and find out how that's going to unfold. Thank you.
I'm sorry. There is a postponement before us. Is there objection to that? And seeing none, then I'm sorry, my mic keeps going off. This item is postponed then until the 23rd. The next item, Mr. Coffey, you want a similar motion?
Move to postpone this matter to 11C until November. Just thought I'd throw that in. Until June 23rd.
Second.
For the same reasons.
Discussion? Objection? Seeing none, this item is postponed until the 23rd. Next item before us, 11D, and this, the public hearing was closed, and there is a motion to approve on the floor. Discussion? And this is the Teamster agreement.
Madam Chair.
There's now 4 people in the queue. Ms. Johnston is first.
Yes, I'd like to first ask Jody if she could come up and discuss, if we didn't pass this tonight, what effect would it have as far as public transportation? Or do you have an idea, or are you prepared for that?
Jody can come up.
Okay.
I don't know that we have the answer to that for you tonight, Ms. Johnston.
Okay. Should I speak to...
Go ahead.
We discussed this for quite a bit of time during the Budget and Finance Committee, and I chose not to weigh in at the time as far as this contract because with all of the contracts, I have a concern as we extend them. And this was one of the contracts that we had a 3-year, which back when we first started labor contracts, we were going for 3 years, and I felt 3 years was appropriate. This one now is being extended to 5. And I just feel that I would prefer not to for this amount of savings, prefer not to tie up the next administration's hands with one that will actually be coming due a little bit sooner than the other labor contracts. So I will be a no vote on this.
Mr. Birch?
Yeah, for the same reasons stated by Mr. Johnston, we did receive here earlier this evening a copy of the Teamsters cost validation, and the cost savings is actually a cost increase with the contract extension and the aggregate amount. There is a management right, as I understand it, to reduce, in other words, if we're just reducing the number of personnel that are working on at a given time, I think that's a management prerogative. If, in other words, the furlough, if you will. And I object as well to the 2-year contract extension. So I'll be voting no on this. Thank you.
Mr. Coffey?
Just point of order. The board shows us on 11C, and I thought we were on 11D.
Could they, how do we fix the board? Thank you for that, Mr. Klayman. We're working on it.
Okay. I just want,
Okay, yes, we are on D.
Madam Chair,
I just lost my cue, Ms. Greenston. So
I'm back in if you want.
if you could re-enter, the queue vanished, and now there's only Mr. Coffey. Nobody else is in line. So go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. On Saturday, I got a copy of a letter that I just sent down. It was dated December 2108, and it basically was a reclassification of employees, resulted in a 5% wage increase effective January 1. A couple of assembly members, when I spoke to it this evening, said, well, we knew about this. And then I talked to Mr. Abbott, and he advised me we were made aware of it in the budget negotiations that led to the 2009 budget adopted November 25th of last year. And then this letter Mr. Otto signed on 21 December came to us afterwards. Mr. Abbott told me that the classification change was anticipated at budget time and finalized by that letter. I don't think it ever came to us as an AIM, but we were apparently aware of it. There was a 5% increase and then subsequently a 3% increase. So basically we had an 8% increase through classification changes and through the new contract. So I just wanted to know wanted everyone to know what that letter was that I just passed out. Secondly, what I understand, and I think I brought this up last time, what I understand is if we extend the contract as set forth in this proposal, according to Mr. Raskams, it will, in the first year of the extension, it will cost us as much. It's hard to tell, but it looks as if it'll cost us as much as we are saving. That's number one. And number two, there is no monetary information relative to what would happen in the last year of the contract. It's put in as zeros because there are wage reopeners. So what they're saying is there might not be any cost increase at all. I would prefer that you might make an adjustment between 0 and 3 and 5, because in the absence of that, there might be an increase. The point being, it appears that no matter what, if we extend this contract more, we're giving up a small amount today. It's about, looks like about $112,000 plus 26. That's the high end. Low end is somewhat smaller. And a little more the next year. And then we're giving it back, and I think giving it back yet again in the third year. I, like Ms. Johnston, do not want to extend this contract 2 more years. I did tell the administration after the last discussion from May 12th that perhaps if it was 1 year and the costs were recalculated completely, I might be able to support it, but that was apparently not acceptable to the union, so I'll also join Ms. Johnston being a no vote.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Actually, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd like to give Ms. Johnston the opportunity to step ahead of me and discuss the Mr. Raskin's analysis. And we had a pretty detailed discussion on what the actual costs of this contract were. Okay. She should give me the paperwork that I left in my car. And Mr. Raskin, could you join us up here for a second? Because I'll probably make a hash of this and you can help me out. Part of the difficulty in what you see before you in the summary of economic effects is there is no contract a couple of years out, and so you're comparing to a zero case, as it were. So if you look at sort of where you think CPI adjustments might be in future years, if you look at where CPI adjustments might be in future years, the picture looks perhaps a little better, and I'll let Mr. Raskins maybe elaborate on that a little bit more, and then I'll finish my point, if that's okay, Mr. Raskins. So what was the question? Just talking about, in the summary of economic effects, we list a $409,000 cost in FY 12 and 13. But if we look through these spreadsheets that were presented at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, it sort of shows, it compares the different scenarios and how we might fare if we approve this versus if we don't.
I guess I don't understand your question. Okay. Sorry.
The general conclusion that we came to at the general conclusion we came to at the Budget and Finance Committee hearing was, unless you presume you somehow are able to negotiate 0% raises in the out years, that for which the Teamsters don't currently have a contract, we are most likely better off financially by approving this extension.
Well, the scenario was given by Sharon Weddleton, gave you the three options, the three models. We don't, for consistency's sake of providing numbers to Assembly, we don't do that. We just try to price out what the offer is going to cost the municipality within the two ranges. Finally, we never price out a wage reopener. We don't know what that might be.
And that's FY 13.
So what I've given to the Assembly is a very consistent presentation of the offer on the table. I understand that Ms. Weddleton gave you the three things, saying that, the new mayor may not be able to negotiate as well as this has been negotiated.
Okay. And did you find any fault with the numbers she gave us? Were they essentially correct in your mind?
Do I find
that Sharon, Ms. Weddleton gave us?
No, just another way of presenting numbers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Raskins. And I'll just elaborate a little bit on what the numbers were, and I can hand them out later if you'd like to.
It might be nice if we all had them.
Sure. Could we stand down and to run some copies?
I'm going to suggest that we maybe take our break now and then have the copies available when people come back from the break. This is information that we got earlier, and actually I do have a copy I retained, but it appears that not everyone does. Would there be objection to that?
Madam Chair, if I might. I don't object, but this reminds me of January 09. I got numbers, you got numbers. I mean, if we're going to do something, we at least ought to get the information in front of us.
Mr. Coffey, there have been consistently two costing outs, one from the Chief Financial Officer and one from Mr. Raskins. And it seems to me valid. This is information that was presented to the Assembly before. Right. So I'd like to give the Budget Committee time to share with us what they talked about.
I have no objection.
Okay. Dr. Sokrig, you have an objection?
I actually am concerned because it seems to me that there is a fair amount of information that needs to be shared and that it ought to be done in a public way. And I do not want to do the same thing we did last year either.
The meeting where the information was presented was a public meeting.
Mm-hmm.
It was last Thursday, I think, and we had quite a few people there, including members of the mayor's transition team. So we're not trying to play hide the ball here.
Plus, the full Assembly did get this information earlier. I kept my copy, so it's nothing new. All right. With that,
May I just ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Coffey.
I have the information from the original filing from Ms. Weddleton, but when Mr. Flynn references it, I don't know if he's talking about the 409, 183 numbers, or if he's got some other numbers. That's the only reason I was
Maybe
concerned.
Ms. Johnson wants to respond. Go ahead.
What Mr. Flynn has is some modeling that Ms. Weddleton did as far as looking out beyond the contract that we now have, and whether if we do not accept this contract, then the new mayor will go out and then renegotiate a contract, and what would be the CPI at that point, or what would be the basis at that point. And she did a conservative to an optimistic model as far as the cost of not extending this contract, and that's what you're going to be getting. I did not, and I should have made copies for everybody. I didn't because I felt that Mr. Rascom, for consistency, he has also addressed this in the manner that has been addressed in the past, not as far as modeling what a new contract would look like, but he addressed it as far as the cost of the contract. But I think it's appropriate that we take a break and each of you see these models.
Madam Chair.
And I want to clarify, I misspoke. I have not seen that particular model.
I haven't either.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
What I make sure, since we're going to be on break,
Yes.
Mr. Rascom's SE, Summary of Economic Effect, has 0 numbers, right, in 2013?
That's correct.
But the proposal the contract would run through 2013, right?
Mr.
Okay.
Rascom's?
Thank you.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I have one other question for him.
Well, why don't you ask it now so
I
he
will,
maybe has
okay.
time to...
Did you take into consideration the status of people in their various steps and what step increases we may find?
We take a snapshot in time of what the workforce, where they are. Each grade needs step. We do not escalate things because we don't know if the people might retire or quit or new people come in. So for consistency's sake, again,
right,
we always run our models on a snapshot in time.
All right.
So this is what it would cost you for the existing workforce at their step and grade.
And and assuming that over the next 4 years they stayed there, all of them.
I think are you talking about the performance pay issue, Mr. Coffey?
Well, performance pay, step increases, whatever you want to call it, that they've had. Well, no, actually, performance pay is different than step and so on, if I understand correctly. I understand what you just said, so I've got it in my head. Thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions before we take our break?
Just one more.
Mr. Starr.
If I'm in the queue for that.
Well, there's a bunch of people in the queue. I'm unclear if
For
you want
Mr.
to speak
Rascom,
now or not.
your numbers are they salary based only then? They don't incur the cost of the benefits program then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, they don't, or yes, they do?
Numbers
When you
are-
forecast expenses of $187,000, that doesn't include the benefits cost, does it?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Every number that is affected by the offer is in here.
And you're
So the wages and benefits are in here.
okay. And your model basically used 3.5 or a 5%,
Right.
and that's the two models you presented to us.
And the benefits are escalated by the same amount.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Mr. Flynn has requested a short break so people can look at this. Our dinner is here, so my suggestion is we just take the break and then come back.
I agree.
Is there objection to that? All right. Seeing none, we're going to be adjourned for about 20 minutes. Thank you. It concerns me that Ms. Johnston had asked our public transportation director to respond to the scenario, what happens if we do not approve this? And the mayor informed me that you can answer that. Is that true? If so, please come forward. And if you could state your name for the record.
Jody Cars, Public Transportation Director.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, you asked what will happen if this contract with the Teamsters doesn't pass. That has a financial impact on our budget. What's been on the chopping block has been Eagle River Service. That's the least productive service that we have. We reinstated about 70% of that through the scheduling process. More of the Eagle River Service will be cut, so it won't be 70% that we preserve. It will be another cut of about $115,000.
All right, thank you very much. Was there anything else, Ms. Johnson, or should I go back to Mr. Flynn? Mr. Flynn, you want to go ahead on your charts?
Yeah, given how well I started, probably should let you do this, Jennifer, but I'll try, and maybe you can save me if I mess this up. Before you should each have 3 spreadsheets. One of them is double-sided, labeled conservative, optimistic, and midpoint. I'll start actually with conservative. If you look at the wage adjustments listed on the in the left-hand column, both, and then again, it gives you an idea of sort of how this pans out versus various scenarios. But the conservative estimate presumes that somehow we achieve a 0% increase in Teamster wages in years 2011, 2012. In that instance, we are to the good. We would save a total of $469,000 versus approving this contract addendum. So irrespective of, I'll acknowledge Ms. Johnston's concern about having the contract be too long, but irrespective of that, if you feel that it's feasible, likely, achievable that we would have a 0% increase in the Teamster contract in 2011 and 12, then you shouldn't vote for this contract addendum. Everyone clear on that part?
No.
Okay. Are you looking at the conservative spreadsheet, Mr. Coffey?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
But here's my question. Does the contract as amended provide for minimum CPI increases and so forth? I believe it does.
It does in years 2011 and 12 with
So
the reopener.
How do you assume a 0 if there's a wage?
This is if we decline to approve this versus if we do approve it.
But wasn't the contract for 9, 10, and 11 already?
Those are all listed here, 9, 10, 11, 12.
No, 13's not listed here.
Right, because 13 is an unknown at this point. It's a wage reopener. There's no definition to it.
Well, I understand, but that doesn't mean there won't be costs associated with it, even if it's a 0.
I don't disagree with you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Coffey. You want to step in here, Mr. Johnston?
This is a scenario if we do not approve this contract, and if the Sullivan administration then goes to renegotiate a new contract, this is if the Sullivan administration was able to negotiate a new contract and have absolutely no increase in salaries.
And it would take effect in 2012, not 11.
11.
That'd be the first year of the new contract.
It expires at the end of 2010.
Right.
Yeah.
It's 8, 9, and 10.
Mr. Abbott, you have to speak in your microphone so we can hear you.
So my earlier question that the contract was 9, 10, and 11 was wrong. It's 8, 9, and 10.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you look at the next spreadsheet, which offers the midpoint case, and it presumes that in 2011 and 12 we see a 2.5% salary increase for Teamster employees. The net effect is $583,000 in savings to the municipality of Anchorage versus the status quo. Okay, the final one is perhaps improperly labeled optimistic.
Before you move on, if I might, Madam Chair, when you show the savings on the conservative,
yes,
you bracket them and show $469,000 as a saving.
Right.
When you show me the midpoint, you have 534 in the same place, but it seems to be an increase, not a negative.
It's an interesting point, Mr. Coffey. Part of the confusion is your min and max get reversed as you go from a negative to a positive. So whereas you actually are you're worse off if you presume zero increases in 2011 and 12. And I made this point with Ms. Weddleton. It was a little bit hard to read. You look for the bigger number. So the worst case scenario is that we approve this amendment and we would have otherwise achieved a 0% increase in 2011 and 12. The worst case scenario is we'd lose $469,000. We would spend $469,000 more than we would have if we just let well enough alone. Am I making myself sufficiently clear or confusing the issue?
Let me just follow up.
Okay.
The conservative scenario says reject the proposed amendment.
And achieve 0% increases in 11 and 12.
And that's going to make us $469,000 worse off.
Better off than we would be if we approved this amendment.
Okay, so the conservative, for whatever it's worth, works to the benefit, reduces the budget.
I'm sorry, am I making an error here, Ms. Johnston?
It reduces.
The conservative scenario says, do not approve this amendment because it will cost us ultimately $469,000 more than if we disapprove the amendment and achieve 0% increases at the bargaining table.
I think you have it backwards, Mr. Flynn. I think Ms. Johnston is onto it here.
Well, I would hope that somebody is onto it.
Do you need clarification?
Yes, I do. I do not understand the difference between the three scenarios.
So, with the conservative one.
Yes.
And if we rejected this amendment this evening.
Yes.
And if the Sullivan administration negotiated 0 increases, then it would cost us, by rejecting this, it would cost us more. It would not.
You're saying that, I just want to understand, so you're saying it would cost us more because in the next year, this thing expires in a year and a half, roughly a year and 7 months. In the next year and 7 months, it would cost us more than what this contract would cost us if you assumed Mr. Sullivan got 0 increases.
Right.
So what you're saying is we should pass this because even with 0 increases in those years, it still costs us more money. But what you aren't comparing for us is what if we extend it 2 years. That's what I don't understand. What's the point of this?
Okay. Would it be helpful to have Ms. Arnold weigh in or not? And then I'll take Dr. Selkirk. We're still on the conservative. We won't move off the conservative until
for the break. This exact problem. Can I give it a
try? Let Ms. Arnold address, but I think one of the critical points that I think she can explain further is that one scenario assumes that the Sullivan administration for 2011 and 2012 negotiates 0 increase. Then any increase costs the city more money. The more challenging question is, well, what happens if the Sullivan administration can't negotiate a 0 increase and you get some version of the CPI? That's where you start getting into more complicated questions. Ms. Arnold can talk to that in more detail.
All right. Before you do, Ms. Selkirk wants to weigh in.
The thing that's tricky about understanding these are the words conservative and optimistic. And it really should be, instead of conservative, it should be low. It should just be called low. And then it should be mid. And then it should be high. And what we're really talking about are the percentages of an increase associated with potential contracts that could be negotiated by the next administration. And what you see is, if it's low, actually it's kind of backwards from what Mr. Flynn was saying. If it's low, you might think it was optimistic from our point of view because we would be saving $500, what is it, where's about $500,000, no, what is it?
$469.
Yeah, $469. Where if it's midway, you're kind of at $534. And then if it turns out that they negotiate a high increase, the potential is $789,000. So it's just a matter of, it's not optimistic or conservative, which are charged words. It's just a matter of the percentages that could be negotiated under a new administration. And I think Ms. Whittleton's intention was to show that actually there's a fair amount of risk in terms of expense with the high and some savings in the low. And so there's an uncertainty in terms of what would unfold. Is that correct?
Okay, could we ask the administration, Ms. Arnold, I'm assuming you're the voice here. Is there anything you'd like to add to the analysis of the charts?
Madam Chair, actually, Dr. Selcraig did a good job of explaining that. The way Ms. Weddleton summarized it at the Budget and Finance Committee is if this body believes that we can successfully get a 0% increase with the Teamsters in negotiating a full contract in year 2011 and 2012, then you should vote no on this. If you assume that we get a midpoint, a 2.5% conservative or midpoint estimate, then the municipality will save money as a result of adopting this letter of agreement. And the high inflation, if you assume it's high inflation, we will save close to $1 million by adopting this agreement.
I don't get that.
All right, let's see if there's questions of Ms. Arnold. I'm not paying attention to the queue. I'm just, if you have a question of Ms. Arnold, please. Does anyone? Dr. Selcraig,
I want
question
to
of Ms. Arnold.
I want to be maybe presumptuous enough to maybe make a correction. The way I read this is that if we believe that we can get a zero negotiated agreement with the Teamsters, then we would actually save a substantial amount of money. But based on your numbers, which aren't bracketed, if it's a mid-level, 2.5, it was kind of almost, it's 500,000, it's kind of breaking even and close to what we would be gaining now, isn't it? I mean, they're not bracketed. Those, if you look at your midway numbers, those are not bracketed. Those aren't savings.
Are you on the midpoint chart? Or
yeah, the midpoint chart.
Let's look at 2009. This may help to explain it. 2009, if we adopt this concession, the municipality is going to save $112,000 in general government. So the 112, I'm on the midpoint, first row, 2009. The savings from the 3% concession for the remainder of 2009 is $112,000 in general government.
I guess my clarification just then is why, and it gets back to Mr. Coffey's first question, why is it bracketed on the low in terms of savings? And I guess there's a threshold where we cross.
Again, Ms. Weddleton, and possibly Ms. Johnstone will recall, she does an inverse which actually shows the reverse of what you would think on a balance sheet. I'm not a great budget person, so I'm trying to very briefly summarize what I heard.
So that they're all savings, and we should ignore the bracket?
No.
On that, in those columns? It's hard to figure out those.
The bracket is additional costs, and the unbracketed on the far right column are savings.
Well, I think Madam Chair,
if you can help on the chart,
it's on this issue. If you just look at the one they have labeled conservative, there's one column at the 2011 and 2012. What they're telling us is that in those outlying years, look at the third line down, if you did the 3.5%, you would, or the 5%, you would have $41,000 in additional costs over and above the zero. So the net of the thing would be 38.3 over the whole 4 years, but the first two of them we would save money. The second two of them, as compared to the zero, we would spend money. The zero, I mean, if you hold them with no increases,
you save money.
You save money regardless. The two sums of the increases more than offset the savings in the first 2 years. That we noted 2 weeks ago when we did it.
Correct.
There you go.
That's
In
on
the
the
other scenarios, we don't achieve any overall savings as far as I can understand it in any circumstances, but I think you haven't done, I think your comparisons here on the midpoint and the optimistic are, you didn't compare them to zero.
Okay, Mr. Coffey, Ms. Arnold does not agree with your interpretation. Okay. Ms. Arnold.
If you look, no matter which sheet you're looking at, I'm looking at the midpoint. If you look at the last column, it says savings. Savings is not in a bracket. It says extra cost. The extra cost is in a bracket. So anything listed without a bracket is a savings. Anything listed with a bracket is a cost.
Okay.
So part of what I think is important to remember, too, in looking at midpoint conservative optimistic is that, as Ms. Arnold succinctly pointed out, and Ms. Weddleton as well, if you believe that the next administration can negotiate a 0%, no wage increase for 2011 and 2012, then you should reject this concession. The challenge is that if you think there's going to be inflation, and if you think inflation is going to be going even higher than it has the last few years, as inflation goes higher and the cost of everyone's cost of living goes up, the union's interest in negotiating a wage increase gets much, much higher. And so if the economy is getting more inflationary, the potential to negotiate no increase gets much, much worse, I predict.
All right. Are there any more questions on the charts? Seeing none, then, I'm going to go back to the queue. Ms. Johnson, you're first in the queue. That was back. Mr. Starr? No. Mr. Coffey?
You want to know if I have any more to say on this?
I want
chart?
to know if you have any more to say.
On the chart.
No, we're done
Anything.
with the chart.
Okay, I was reading the chart trying to understand it still. Thank you.
Okay.
I have nothing more to say right now.
All right. Dr. Selkrig, you're next.
Well, it seems to me that I think we have to remember the framework for which we're here, and that is that there is a negotiated contract on the table, and we've asked the Teamsters to come to us with a proposal that will help reduce our costs this year. And I know there's some interest on the part of some members of this body to kind of fix existing contracts with a sense that they're not happy with them. But that's actually not the appropriate thing to be doing right now because we are not in negotiation in terms of this contract. We are here really to decide whether or not this is going to meet our needs right now. And it seems to me, based on what's before us, it does. And as you move into those further years out, I think that it's a long shot to know whether we're going to be high or low, but I think that the expectation of being at zero is not very high. I just don't think that's going to happen, and we're looking at increased inflation beginning to happen. We've been kind of moving towards deflation, but it looks like things are getting more expensive. Gas is going up. Housing is beginning to stabilize. So I find it really hard to look into the glass ball and know what to do in 3 years from now and know how to judge what's a good deal and what's a bad deal beyond 3 years.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Flynn, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for kind of making a hash of this presentation. I'll try to be real brief here. I think under most scenarios, this is a good deal for the municipality. It is possible, I think unlikely, but possible it wouldn't be a good deal for the Assembly. I think it is a legitimate public policy question for this body as to whether they're comfortable extending this contract for a few more years, and I don't quibble with that opinion. I will say on the whole, it appears the balance is positive for the municipality by accepting this contract revision, and that's why I'm going to support it, and that's why I recommended to the body as a member of Budget and Finance that we approve it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston.
To me, it's a matter of policy, and yes, I agree with Mr. Flynn and Ms. Selkrig. There's an opportunity for some savings here, and there's some opportunity for savings in 09 and 10. But as I said before, this was one of the contracts that we did, I felt, well. We actually vetted this contract extremely well when it came up, and it was a 3-year contract. We actually asked them to go back and bring it to us from their 5-year contract to a 3-year contract, and they did. And I really feel that I do not want to tie, all of these contracts are coming us with extension, and I'm not going to be completely consistent with them, I'm sorry, but this one I do not want to tie up because it does have a good term, and it has a term that's going to be rather immediate, and it provides the opportunity for the next administration to weigh in. And I do not want to lose that opportunity, so I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah, for many of the reasons enumerated earlier, the 2-year extension is just a deal killer for me. I think the reason we're in a lot of the financial straits we're in is we have these labor agreements that constitute a very significant liability for the city, and they're pushed out for entirely too long. So while I recognize and appreciate the concessions that are proposed for the first year of the agreement and actually have a favorable financial impact this first year, I think that pushing that liability down the road 2 more years is not appropriate. And as we saw in the memo passed out earlier this evening, the letter, the former employee relations director actually implemented a 5% base wage increase in January of this year under the personnel rules applying to these positions. So, there's already a real need to tightly scrub these contracts, and I, for one, will be voting no on this resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Madam. With all due respect to my colleagues, I kind of find it disheartening. And I find it disheartening because we've been through a process where we had the opportunity to approve contracts, and some of you didn't approve the contracts because you felt, well, what if? And we have come to the point where, it is the what if has occurred, and we do have a budget shortfall, and our employees have come to the table to help us through this, but we keep going on and on and on, and we're not taking into consideration these employees and how they feel. We're only taking into consideration that we have a new administration and how that new administration might feel about extending the contract for 2 years. Based on these spreadsheets, we stand to save almost $1 million. Okay, nobody can predict the future. These are scenarios here. But when I look at a number like almost $1 million in return for extending a contract for 2 years, it's worth it to me, folks. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander.
I passed the gavel because I want to make a comment. This is a difficult vote in that I clearly see both sides of the issue. The Teamster contract was scrutinized with a different assembly, and there was a strong sentiment that it should be left at a 3-year contract. Subsequently, a new assembly came in, and we had multiple contracts that went to 5 years. In my mind, those contracts were quite a bit more generous than the one that was approved for the Teamsters some time ago. I hesitate deeply in extending the contract because that was such a strong point for us when we initially approved this one. However, there is a good faith effort to come forward here and give us a cost savings, and I'm seeing more of that in this contract than I am in 2 others that are being presented to us. I also believe that it's not realistic. I've never seen in government yet contract extensions for 0 cost. So at this point, I'm going to be a yes on this one, but it's not an easy vote. And I just wanted to explain it. So with that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. We're ready to vote? Seeing no further comments.
Please vote.
Please vote.
Mr. Gutierrez?
That item passes 6-4. Moving on. The next item on our agenda, and I've buried my agenda, I apologize, is 13A, And Ms. Drummond, could you make the motion, or would you like me to?
I'd like to make the motion. It's the wish of the Title 21 committee to indefinitely postpone this item
Or it's been closed?
and bring back a new ordinance after Title 21 is done. Is there any objection, Madam Chair? Madam Chair, it's been moved and seconded to indefinitely postpone this item.
Point of order, you have to open the public hearing, Madam.
Well, that's what I was conferring with the clerk. My understanding is actually we did not close the public hearing, but we instead continued it. And as such, I think that's a valid point. And I would like then to open the public hearing on wind energy conversion systems with the understanding that there will be a motion to postpone indefinitely. Anyone like to speak to that? Hearing, if you would like to speak to that, then you have to come to the mic. Yes, sir. And begin by stating your name.
My name is Kyle Murphy.
Go ahead.
Is this testimony towards?
For the wind energy
For the wind
system.
energy?
Yes.
Yes.
And you have 3 minutes.
Okay. All right, I come before you in support of the wind energy amendment. I believe that the Planning Department has done a very intensive and quality job of researching, answering questions and concerns to come up with a proposal that will work for the Anchorage municipality. No matter what your view on the subject, or even the degree of viability of a wind energy conversion system, I believe that the final decision and choice must be made by the individual, business, or utility. They must be allowed the empowerment to make that choice for themselves. Through unforeseen hurdles and research, I've become an advocate for alternative and renewable energy. You won't see me out there picketing utilities or anything. That's not what I mean. But I do believe that education speaks much louder than anything like that. I believe it's inherently and even ethically important that the powers that be act toward empowering its citizenry the freedom to utilize those resources available to them on a personal level as they see fit, on their own property, and ultimately as an integral part of responsible generation as a whole. If I find where it was. Energy costs and availability is a real and growing issue, as you well know. An amendment such as this contains, in whatever imperfections it may be perceived to have, a set of guidelines and definitions and even limitations of the ways and means that individuals and businesses can implement it. It provides for aesthetic, structural, safety, noise, environmental, and a variety of other conditions which will become enforceable and advancing all at once. At the same time, it's not a blanket, one-size-fits-all. Every system will be still subject to an individual site survey. In closing, I respectfully ask the Assembly to please take the lead in providing that aforementioned empowerment to its citizenry. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to voice it.
Okay. Any questions for this gentleman? Dr. Selcraig, go ahead.
I have nothing to benefit.
Are you aware that that on a residential property you can have a 90-foot windmill or wind turbine?
I know that
95. Thank you.
95.
Yeah.
I know that there is no set strict guidelines that we can just go down and pull a permit and get this done. And when you try to do this, there's a degree of confusion at the permitting department as to what's acceptable and what's not.
Well, it's
and it's
fine.
not just the it's not just the structural. You know, it's the attachment, and ultimately, well, I won't get into net metering at this point in time. That's another subject altogether. That's part of my drive.
Have you investigated other communities that have similar ordinances?
Have I personally?
Just by any chance?
Personally, no.
Okay, thanks.
No, I haven't.
Any other questions for this gentleman? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming.
Okay.
Anyone else, any other members of the public wishing to be heard on the wind ordinance? Okay, seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is closed. Ms. Osiander, you wanted to express the wish of the Title 21 committee?
When we looked at this ordinance, the concern we had was that as currently written, it would allow fairly high towers in residential neighborhoods. Our experience had been that there's significant community concern about towers in general, and particularly this, which would allow, there would be some restriction on where they're set, but would allow them potentially in any zoning district, was problematic. The other thing that was discussed in committee was the fact that the RCA, the Regulatory Commission of Alaska, has yet to deal with the issue of how electric utilities could receive or would be allowed to receive some type of credit for the electricity that was generated by the towers. And as such, we talked to planning staff, and they wanted the opportunity to put a little more time and research in this one. So the committee has a strong interest in this, but wanted to defer the discussion on it and action on it until the additional research had been done by planning staff. The committees also, and the planning staff, are a little bit stressed in terms of the workload at the moment. So the committee's discussion was to, or decision was to deal with the Title 21 issues and then go to the wind ordinance. So as such, I'm going to move that this be postponed indefinitely. If this passes, if the motion to postpone indefinitely passes, I am anticipating that a new wind ordinance will come to us. There'll be a new opportunity at public hearing to speak, and we'll be able to basically start fresh on the issue. So with that, I can't quite weigh in.
Looks like we have a number of comments, Ms. Osiander. Are we?
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then I'm going to take the gavel back, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just roughly, do you have an idea of how long before we'd see the next ordinance?
Mr. Coffey and Mr. Nelson, when do we anticipate getting finished with Title 21?
This fall.
This fall?
Okay.
Mr. Coffey? Microphone.
Sorry, turn it off. We're introducing the remainder of Chapter 7 for public hearing on the 11th of August. So assuming...
There are two more sections.
Yeah.
One of them is being introduced for hearing on August 11th.
Yeah, one of them, and then we have the last section, and then we have the definitions. So Mr. Flynn's estimate is probably as accurate as anyone's, but we have made these before, so some might say 2000 and, well, when the contracts are up. No, I figure we'll get it done. We'll get it done this fall or early next year.
Okay, thank you for that. And just as a brief commentary on the aside, anything we can do to push the RCA and net metering, I'm all in favor of. So.
And that was discussed. Thank you. Mr. Coffey, you're next in queue.
One of the things associated with this that I wanted everyone to know, since Cook Inlet Region is pursuing its wind generation for electricity, which I understand to be about 40 megawatts, which is not an insignificant development, is that nothing is necessitated by this ordinance to move that along. They don't need this to do it. And I, frankly, am not prepared to put 95-foot towers in residential zones as a matter of right. So I'm happy to have this thing postponed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to speak on your impending motion, but I guess I can get in ahead of it. I was at that Title 21 committee meeting, and I must say that the technology is something that I'm extremely interested in, and I think that can be put to great benefit in this community. However, I do see the wisdom in postponing this for some more work. The idea of having a 90-foot tower in more cramped residential areas like mine, and believe me, I'd love to put, if I could put one up today, I'd put one up today, but something that could fall and hit my neighbor's house, and mine would have to be 90 feet to get above the wind canopy, or above the tree canopy. It just wouldn't work unless it was that high. We're not abandoning this forever. We're putting it off for some more work that I think is appropriate, and I would agree with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can see that we need to put this off. There is a considerable amount more work that has to be done on it, and the technology is changing rapidly. I would like to see that this ordinance will include homeowners associations having the ability to put wind towers on one for however many homes there are, or whatever the appropriate amount is. There's a lot of ways that this community can benefit from this, aside from having a wind tower in every single backyard. On the other hand, homeowners can get together and form a wind tower assessment district, or whatever you want to call it, and I think that needs to be covered in this. Otherwise, we're going to have too many and unsightly, and the kinds of setbacks we were talking about in this ordinance would prohibit it from all but the largest lots. And those folks, I think, have the ability to go ahead and do that now. Is that right?
Mr. Nelson?
Or is it the lack of the net metering that is preventing that?
I'm sorry, I was taking notes and I missed your question. Could you please repeat?
Do people have the ability to put wind towers up now?
It is problematic because it's identified as accessory structure, and right now accessory structures have height limits.
Okay.
And so, going above the tree canopy is very problematic.
Right. So it needs work.
Yes.
It needs work. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Selkirk?
I just wanted to, I'm sorry I was unable to attend the meeting, and I just wanted to add my support for the concept, but also I think one of the things we have to work out is sound as well as height, because if you've been around one, they're noisy.
We did talk about
that. Okay, so those things are, and I assume you're looking, Mr. Nelson, I assume you're looking at other communities and finding places where they've already worked through some of this. Is that one of the approaches we're taking?
That is correct. We've already been looking at them, and we will continue to, and I think the comment has already been made that the technology is continuing to change, and we anticipate that we'll be able to come back and address a lot of the concerns that were expressed at the work.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion to postpone indefinitely for yet one other reason. There's places in Anchorage they simply will not work. Even at a 95-foot height, there are areas in town where the wind doesn't blow. And until we get some indication and understanding of a sufficient and consistent enough wind to make these things effective and efficient, I'm certainly not interested in allowing them to be raised to the substantial heights necessary for them to work when such height would not even then accomplish the goal of generating electricity. So when we get that kind of work done, then maybe this would be an appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, Ms. Drummond has already made the motion to postpone indefinitely, and Ms. Johnson has seconded it. So is there objection to that? Hearing and seeing no objection, that item is postponed indefinitely. The next item before us is Title 21. If you would like to speak to us on Chapter 7, the first part of Title 21, please come forward. Please do. Everybody's looking at everyone else. Thank you.
Madam Chair, my name is Holly Kent, and I'm the Executive Director for the Anchorage Waterways Council. And I'm here on behalf of the Waterways Council. And I am speaking to Title 21, Chapter 7. And I have a few things that I wanted to talk about, but I'm going to speak about the most important thing first. And that is to reiterate the buffer system. And I know that in the new regulations here it states that it's back down, I guess, to 50 feet for stream buffers. At one point in the draft review process, it was at 100 feet. And I just wanted to lend a little bit of scientific credibility to the buffer systems and the reasoning, the scientific reasoning behind having them. So I'm quoting from a paper that was presented on the Center for Watershed Protection, which is a really well-known organization in the lower 48 that works with watersheds in general and has many, many published scientific papers to its credit. So, and I'm quoting from this, urban stream buffers range from 20 to 200 feet in width on each side of the stream, according to a national survey of 36 local buffer programs with a median of 100 feet. Most communities require that the buffer fully incorporate all lands within the 100-year floodplain. And the 100-year floodplain is dramatically different in some cases from 100 feet back from the creek. Also, they say that in general, a minimum base width of at least 100 feet is recommended to provide adequate stream protection. Okay, so that comes from a very well-known source on watershed protection. Some of the reasonings that they say, that they talk about for a buffer network acts as the right-of-way for a stream and functions as an integral part of the stream ecosystem. They further list 20 benefits to urban stream buffers. I'm not going to list them all, but just a couple of them as examples, because I think you probably have already heard reasoning behind ecosystems and stream water quality protection. Here's one, is reduces small drainage problems and complaints. When properties are located too close to a stream, residents are likely to experience and complain about backyard flooding, standing water, and bank erosion. A buffer greatly reduces these complaints. Another benefit was effective flood control. And another one was increases property values. So maybe those are some of the lesser talked about reasons for buffers. So that's sort of my reiteration for it really being a 100-foot setback, but certainly no less than the 50-foot setback. That's my issue on buffers, but I also, my time's up. Okay, well, I got the most important thing there. Thank you.
Well, you have a question here. Maybe you'll get your point out. Ms. Johnston.
Would you like to finish?
You're waiting for a question?
She asked if you'd like to finish your remark.
Yes, I would. Thank you. Under the Chapter 7 rewrite, under B4, so B4 talks, one of the changes, and actually under B4A, so the title was streams and corridors, and has been changed to water courses. At the beginning of this chapter, it talks about the purpose, and actually the very name of this is natural resource protection. And it talks about the purpose being to protect natural resources. So there's a change from stream corridors to water courses. And I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning was behind changing it to water courses, but to me, water courses sound less like a natural resource than streams. So I'm not sure about that. In 4AII, there is also a statement that was saying ephemeral, from the edge of each side of drainage ways and ephemeral, and it used to say streams. That's now been changed to channels. Again, this is for protection of natural resources, and we're trying to make it sound like they're not natural resources. Further says defined or verified by the project management and engineering department. That's the new language. The old language was verified by watershed management services division staff. And I think there's a really important distinction here. The project management and engineering staff of the municipality are experts in project management and engineering. The watershed management services division are experts in watershed management. They are composed of hydrologists, watershed scientists, people who understand the ecological functions and the flood control type functions of streams. These are the people who should be making these types of decisions, not necessarily the project management and engineering department, in my opinion. Further, on 4II, and this is my last point, it also says, and this was added language, the stream corridor width shall be subject to project management and engineering department approval. I don't have any problem with that statement other than the stream corridor width shall be subjected to the watershed management division services personnel approval. So that is pretty much the extent of my comments.
Just a minute. You have a question, Mr. Birch.
Thank you for your testimony. I had a call from a private landowner who had a stream, I think it was actually may have been in the Chugach-Eagle River area, and had a concern about the impact that would potentially have on private lands that abut that property. And I guess, I can see as we get into, if you're dealing with public lands, that you might want to have a perspective on that, but how do you match particularly as you get into a more urban area like in downtown? I know some of the cities, San Antonio, the river walk. There's no buffer there. They have a sidewalk right next. They're basically capitalize on that as an attractive resource in the community. But how do you obviously you just don't want this to apply to public lands, but how do you balance that with the private land interest?
It is a challenge. Absolutely, I will admit that. The San Antonio Riverwalk actually was developed from a stream that was buried, and then it was daylighted. And the plan for daylighting was, if we can daylight this, we'll create it an amenity. So it was sort of it's about as far away from a natural system as you can get. And they may have some other water quality controls. But right now, we have to remember that in our city, we have used our streams now for flood control and for stormwater conveyance. So now our streams are a part of the infrastructure of the city. So we also need to make sure that they continue to function in that form. And some of the things that have to do with buffers will help to maintain them to function in that form. It's always going to be a challenge with private land. And unfortunately, the natural ecosystem and watershed perspectives of things don't really obey property lines. So I don't have a clear-cut answer for you other than to say that, it's definitely is one of the factors that needs to be considered.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to testify?
Hello, my name is Robert Meyer, and I represent Brewster Property, or CHB Properties. And I have a different perspective than many of you, having lived for many years on a homestead cabin at the headwaters of Little Rabbit Creek. And I want to speak on the wildlife management corridors. Proposal is 200 feet each side of a stream. That effectively probably means 500-foot swath out of a piece of property as a wildlife corridor because the stream meanders. One size doesn't fit all. It's not like operating room gowns. Headwaters of Rabbit Creek, the topography, it's fairly steep. You take 500 feet out and you're into slopes that are not buildable. And yet buildings are discouraged in this area. Now, the cabin I lived in was a homesteader cabin. They didn't have stream setbacks. They didn't have wildlife corridors. It was located plunk, where the view is good, close to the stream. The game animals are smart. They make their way through. We've had black bears stand on the deck, put their paws up like that, leaving muddy footprints, looking in the building. It didn't bother them. We've had bull moose in the fall rattling their antlers against the building as they were eating the decorative kale my wife had planted alongside the cottage. The building didn't bother them. We've had a grizzly bear chase our pet reindeer by the back door within 5 feet of the building, going full speed. Neither of them were concerned that the building was there. They found a way around, in spite of the building being a worst-case scenario for a wildlife management corridor. We're within it. The animals freely move there. We had a wedding reception for some friends 4 or 5 years ago. Probably 30 to 40 people talking, making noise. Some of them from outside the lower 48, right on cue. Midway through, a bull moose saunters down the driveway and walks among us. Didn't bother him. He found an easy path. If we develop corridors, the moose don't read. They don't know it's 200 feet. They're either going to go where they want to go along the stream, which is real close to it in that area because it's high angle, or they go where it's easy to walk down the road.
the corridor is not of great value. If you had high-rise, dense development, everything paved, then maybe a wildlife corridor makes a lot of sense. But where you've got large lots, you've got a setback for water, the stream itself. The wildlife corridor, 200 feet wide, is simply taking land without any compensation and limiting where you can build.
Thank you. Just a minute. Mr. Coffey has a question.
Yeah. The wildlife management corridors are found on page 18, lines 22 and 19 through 30. So it's about a page of stuff. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, if I might.
Okay.
You've read that, I'm sure.
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm going to start with the section 4, discretionary approvals. It's on the second page, line 19. Now, for me, a discretionary approval means you're subdividing. It means you're getting a conditional use. You're doing something other than just living on the property that would require some permit or approval from a municipal body, either the plating board or the Planning and Zoning Commission. Are the issues addressed in discretionary approvals inappropriate or appropriate? I find two of them: the locations of buildings, trails, and fences, and vegetation.
In some cases, because of the site-specific conditions, you may not have an opportunity. If you take a 200-foot setback and you've got a hill that comes down and you get into a slope.
Where do you get, I'm curious, how do you say setback? It's not a setback. It says if you're in the 200-foot corridor, then you should consider where you locate trails and fences and buildings, and you should consider vegetation. Remember, we spent a lot of time going through this, and when you said setbacks, you rang a bell.
I'm thinking in terms of like a stream setback, and from the stream, I think of the same thing. You're within that corridor.
Yeah, within the corridor. Doesn't mean you can't use it, as I understand it, but it means that if you are, like, for example, subdividing your property, the plating board would consider these two elements. I don't know what their conclusion might be, but it would be something there. Okay, on number 3, starts on the previous page, at the bottom of page 18, line 37.
Okay.
It says, well, we're not going to have any new landfills, schools, or campgrounds, or transfer station, which is a garbage dump. Is there a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that. I'm mainly looking at building and site selection for a building.
Okay. So then trash receptacles being tear resistant.
I have no problem with taking care of that. Building sites are, if you take a setback for the stream channel, and one size, again, doesn't fit as well because, like the Eklutna River or Eagle River, has a large floodplain, a lot of flat ground.
No, I understand the meander. I mean, it's going to be here today. Peters Creek, I've heard a lot about over the years. Here today and there somewhere else.
Yeah, and it moves. It's mainly the building, and that discretionary is who's making the discretion. Is it you can't get a building permit unless you move out of it?
Could be.
And that's taking land away from someone without much compensation.
Okay. Ms. McConnell shook her head, so I will, when the time comes, I will ask her about that. So buildings and roads would be...
Buildings and roads and driveways. You've got multiple things you have to do, and trying to make them all fit in with the requirements, you get 2 out of 3, but if you don't get 4 out of 4, you don't get the permit.
Okay, thank you. You helped me, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Flynn?
Just a real quick question, sir. The draft you have in front of you, what's the date? The draft that you have in front of you that you're referring to, or that you made your notes off of, what was the date on that draft?
The date on it?
Yeah.
Bottom right-hand corner.
March 26, 09.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to testify?
Hello, my name is Randy Balfus from Eagle River, and I got some concerns, especially about Section D of the Wildlife Management Corridor. And I guess the first one is D1, the intent. And the way I read it, we're still trying to manage people and not manage wildlife. I guess part of this comes from the fact that years ago, you might get one bear through and you'd haul out the window and he'd move on. Now they come and they stay and you see them multiple times per week. Okay, next section, 3C, talks about driveways and stuff. If the director determines that there's no feasible and prudent alternate, does that mean he's going to tell you to move 10,000 yards of dirt to go up around the hill instead of coming the easy way, which is going to increase your cost? And then on 4A, the discretionary approval guidelines, to me this is telling people how they can use the land that they're paying the taxes on.
Sure.
Are the moose and the bear going to pay half the taxes if you can only use half the lot? And on 4B, the Fish and Game doing the review and comment and giving the recommendations, in my opinion, they're part of the problem to begin with. Okay. And to me, this is the municipality of Anchorage. This is where people live. This is where they work. This is where they play. We have parks for people. And if we're going to close off parks because of animals, I guess I just can't agree with this and stuff. And to me, this 200-foot setback can really mess up a lot of people's lots and stuff as far as what you can do with the lot. You know, I'm all for don't go right down to the edge of the stream and tear it all up. I mean, that's just common sense. But there's got to be a little bit to where you can use that lot, seeing as you paid for it and you're paying taxes every year on it. And I guess my last comment, basically, I think that especially this section, and I can see on the setback sections also in the earlier part, we in Eagle River need to have our own section to deal with this and let us deal with it out there. And I guess that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There appear to be no questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to testify?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Vivian Mendenhall. I've lived in Anchorage for 26 years. I have a PhD, and I'm retired from a career in wildlife management. I've testified several other times on this lengthy revision of Title 21, and I appreciate the chance to testify again. Tonight I'd like to comment on Section 020D, Wildlife Management Corridors, as several other people have. To me, this version, in my professional opinion, this version is quite a bit better than several recent ones. One of its strengths is that it applies to habitat corridors for moose as well as bears. And bears alone have been the focus in a great deal of the discussion in the past years. We need to remember that moose have threatened people in Anchorage at least as often as bears, and moose have killed too. Some of the habitat and areas used by moose and bears are quite distinct from each other, partly because they could be enemies of each other, as a matter of fact, so we need to consider them both. Other strong points include the guidelines for managing the wildlife corridors will now be part of the criteria for discretionary approvals. They aren't just voluntary guidelines listed for the purpose of the public. The focus has been expanded from just wildlife conflict prevention to wildlife management corridors. It's important to protect people from dangerous wildlife, but you need to use some intelligent wildlife management approaches to do it. If we don't consult the wildlife managers as we're approving projects, we hand them the problems after the fact and say, well, you solve it, or you're part of the problem. Neither of which seems like to me like a very good approach. And that's why I think it's extremely important that ADF&G will be asked to review projects that might affect the wildlife corridors. As was pointed out by at least one Assembly member, these guidelines do not say you cannot do anything in particular in the wildlife corridors. It just says either areas that the habitat will make it more likely the animals will stay there, at least when they need to retreat from people. If they get out into the neighborhoods and can't find somewhere to retreat to, then when they become upset and disturbed, that's when conflicts occur. It's certainly when the 2 moose fatalities occurred, when the animals were trapped around people. If we don't consult Fish and Game early, we're going to continue narrowing the wildlife habitats until they continue to travel through the neighborhoods even more than they do now. People by the way, people commonly say that the solution is to go and shoot them all. Animals don't stay out of areas commonly because they notice they've been shot in that area, except in very short term. They tend to come and occupy the area because there's not another animal there now. You'd have to get rid of them throughout the entire borough before you'd reduce them by shooting them in Anchorage. Again, I think it's important to consult people who actually know how to manage wildlife, as well as public opinion. May I finish?
You can summarize, but
thank
your
you.
time's up.
My printed version, which I'll hand to the clerk, gives a few suggestions for fairly minor suggestions, such as to add a few areas that were taken out of the planning department's version in the list of applicability, and to specify that food that shouldn't be stored outside includes pet food and bird seed. It almost could be interpreted as just human food the way it's written right now. I urge you to approve this version of Section D. It still makes compromises with recommendations by the biologists, quite serious compromises, but that's the way we do things in our democracy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There appear to be no questions. Anyone else like to testify?
Thanks. My name is Bill Stoltz. I'm a resident along Peters Creek, where Stoltz Drive dead ends right at the end of the road. So this proposed change impacts my personal property quite a bit, and I know there's guidelines and discretionary actions, but I know what those often involve. I know what those often, they always tell me in the finance committee. I know that the discretionary and the guidelines often evolve into that. I've got 1.59 acres. The land abuts the Alaska Railroad. They have their piece of limitations on what I can build, and you take 200 foot off and you try to get a septic approval along near a creek, and you find that some do-goods might just have. I've torn down the family house and plan to rebuild there, and so this do-goodism of providing this animal corridor may just ace me out of the family residence where I have a dream of rebuilding there. I'm a little bit offended by the wildlife corridor because it'd go right where I buried my dad's ashes in an unmarked place, and I have a higher calling for what that corridor is. That's where my mom hopes to be buried sometime in the very distant future. So I'm a little bit offended by that being a 200-foot wildlife corridor. But I didn't want to leave without commending my two assembly people. I know I've put a lot of work on this. I know Dan Coffey and others have, and I know it's not an easy process, especially in some of the divided numbers you have in your body. That I know you've done the best you can. I know you've been watching out for us, Chair Osiander. But this is really an issue of property rights. I represent people on Peters Creek, Thunderbird Creek, Klutna River, Fire Creek, and I wouldn't have found out about this fairly active unless I would have gone to my community council meeting, which is why. And I'd be a lot more fired up if I hadn't had my first meeting about 7 a.m. in Palmer this morning, so you've got a real subdued Bill Stoltz. So for that, thank you very much.
Wait a minute, Bill. Mr. Starr.
Thanks for coming down. Hey, do people fence their backyards abutting Peters Creek back there, or what do you see? Your neighbors?
I've never seen a fence along the creek that I can recall. It just
You open access, because the discretionary guidelines include a fence and a regulatory oversight of putting a fence in your backyard if you abut the creek back there. So I just wanted to know if there was others already
I
there.
just don't recall ever seeing one along the creek, and it's most people live along the creek because they enjoy seeing the creek and hearing the creek noises, and it would be counterproductive to, some people would like to build dikes at times, but not a fence. That's
Thank you for coming down.
But thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Randy McCain, and I'm a resident of Birchwood. I've asked Bobby to pass out a handout in my behalf. I have a little bit of written testimony I'd like to read and then talk a little bit more. Anchorage Bowls 2020 Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 5, page 96, Design for Wildlife, and policies 66 and 67 directly lay out the foundation for these Title 21 wildlife corridors and other changes. However, some of Anchorage's more densely developed creeks areas are excluded from the list and are void of the wildlife corridor. Right or wrong, these areas are similar to and not unlike the outflow areas of several Chugiak Eagle River streams. An example of that would be the Lower Campbell Creek. The reality is that this provision has been talked through intensively on a lot of levels, and the draft before you tonight is based on what has been seen as a workable compromise. That being said, Chugiak Eagle River has its own adopted comprehensive plan, which is being followed as the separate Chapter 10 placeholder is publicly discussed and written. The more rural qualities of Chugiak Eagle River mean that there's a lot more room for animal movement, and a larger lot sizes in general than in Anchorage Bowl should maintain the more rural qualities and room for the wildlife, even as more development happens. Government takings of private property for public or wildlife purposes, a 200-foot or even 400-foot total, is more than significant on pre-existing lots in Birchwood along Peters Creek and other areas. The discretionary approval section could create an issue where something reasonable is denied, a safety fence to keep children in and bears out, or moose out, or a greenhouse, or a similar new building. Encouraging wildlife in a settled community raises human safety issues. Example is some vegetative clearing, especially in backyards, can better serve human safety than leaving it dense. It was just last summer that we heard a lot of controversy over bears and wolves within the Anchorage Bowl. One of the things that concerns me is the unclearness of the 25 and 50-foot setbacks, river setbacks or easements. In talking to our representative on the Assembly's Title 21 committee.
Can you summarize, and there may be questions.
Okay. The 25-foot setback would still be existing would stand for existing development, but the new development would have to meet the 50-foot setback requirement. And that's from the Assembly's Title 21 committee. Staff believes, however, a different summary of what the rewrite means. And in your handout there, you'll see Tom Nelson's response to an email that was sent out last Wednesday or Thursday. And basically what it says is that the 25 rule is out for all properties. That's my understanding of what it is being said, Tom. And that the new 50 rule is in. And I would hope that before they vote tonight, the Assembly would ask for some clarification on that. One last thing, real important, is that Peters Creek is not a corridor for wildlife. In this handout, you'll see a study that took place in 2006 and 2008, where hundreds of fish traps were set out. And over the 6-month period in 2006, there were 12 salmon. All of them were fry, and no adults were observed by Fish and Wildlife. In 2008, there was 4 salmon observed, and they were north of the Glen Highway, upstream on the Glen Highway. And so I'm asking tonight that Peters Creek below the Glen Highway be taken out of the corridor. There's 63 properties below the Glen Highway that would be affected like that, and it's not being used currently by wildlife.
All right. Just a minute, Mr. McCain. Mr. Coffey has a question.
Yeah, I want to get your request. Peters Creek below
the Glen Highway.
And that's out or removed from the section
Wildlife
applicability
corridor.
27 through 35.
He's asking for that.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to make it clear so that we can get an amendment if we're going to do it. Anything else in Eagle River on the streams that are located there?
Yeah, well, you have to understand, Mr. Coffey, through the chair, that I live on Peters Creek, so I'm here tonight speaking for myself. I believe that all rivers and corridors in Chugiak Eagle River below the Glen Highway should be removed.
And that would be because the Glen Highway is such a barrier to passage that you don't see them down there? I'm just asking.
I can't speak to the reason why, but I can speak that your Bear Committee reports, your 2 maps from your Bear Committee say that there's no bears south of the Glen Highway or downstream from the Glen Highway. And on the second page of my handout was a study put by Fish and Wildlife that says that there's no bears downstream from the Glen Highway. And that was in 2005 and 2007.
Pages in the second
That's
page.
it.
This one?
Correct.
Oh, it's yeah, okay. Thank you.
I believe that, like I said, that the 2020 plan speaks to the bowl, and that Chugiak Eagle Rivers also supports wild animals, and that the consortium would like to deal with this directly on all the rivers and corridors in Chugiak Eagle River. This is almost like where everybody likes corridors and streams and paths, but nobody wants them in their backyard. And it seems peculiar to me that we're not addressing this issue in the bowl.
Well, I think we are, aren't we? Aren't there creeks in the bowl that are in this list?
On page 18 of a copy of page 18 is in your pamphlet there, about 7 pages back.
Campbell Creek? Those are here. Well, they either are or they aren't. I mean, we don't need to get into a list of streams.
Is it okay if I just tell you real quick?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Ship Creek, these are applicability. Ship Creek, upstream from the Reeve Boulevard, is a corridor. So once you hit Reeve Boulevard, corridor stops. Campbell Creek, upstream from the Lake Otis Parkway. So once you get into Anchorage Bowl, it stops. North Fork of Little Campbell's Creek, upstream from Elmore Road. So once you get into the bowl, it stops.
Where's the bowl?
And so it just doesn't make sense to me that Anchorage 2020 is written for the Anchorage Bowl, and it's the basis for the wildlife corridors and the animal protection. But in our current proposal that we have before the Assembly tonight, Anchorage Bowl is void. It's not included in this. We'd like to deal with this.
So then let me make sure I understand. Thunderbird Creek's in outside the bowl. I think I would define the bowl. I think I would define the bowl to include Reeve Boulevard, frankly, but that's another point. The theory you're operating under is when there's these major impediments to the passage of wildlife, it makes no sense to have it downstream. Is that right?
That's my feelings.
Okay, so we would have Thunderbird, Peters Creek, Fire Creek, Eagle River, the South Fork. What am I missing in your neck of the woods? That's it, isn't it? I think those are all of the ones out in Chugiak Eagle River.
Eklutna.
I'm sorry?
Eklutna River, downstream.
Yeah, they've done that, haven't they?
No, Eklutna River is the entire river.
Oh, yeah, upstream. I see. Okay, got it. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
All right, you've generated a lot of questions. Next is Ms. Drummond.
Thank you for coming. I'm assuming this is your property?
Yes, it is. Thank you for asking.
Okay, I have several questions for you. I'm not sure what these brown lines are here. There's two, that's sort of a upside down V shape.
Here's the reason.
One is right on the edge of Peters Creek. The other one is in a ways with a white dot up next to the well.
Ms. Drummond.
What are those brown lines?
Ms. Drummond, through the chair. Thank you for asking. This last fall, shortly before the bitter cold got here, I had finished all my permitting requests to move that channel of that river over 25 feet. And that process took me about 5 or 6 years in requests and study, and that's how I got the fish study there, for the 3-year fish study there that's included in this handout. But basically what that represents is a rock wall that was put in along the creek edge.
And you were going to move the creek into that channel. That's creating it. The brown lines define a channel?
No, the brown lines, there's 2 brown lines there you're looking at. They're both, one of them is along the water's edge, is boulders along the corner of the creek to stop erosion. And the other one is because, the one down below that is because the river historically glaciates and oversteps its banks, that this is where the property is raised up, elevated up a few feet.
Okay. I see your house appears to be largely built in the 100-year floodplain?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've lived here for how long? In this house?
I have lived in the house for about 8 years.
And has
The house has existed since the early...
Creek exercised its right to have a 100-year flood in that 8 years?
You know, it's kind of funny. Actually, the creek itself has not exercised its right under the 100-year flood. The river does glaciate and has gone out over and depending on who you talk to, but if you're talking to, at the time, and I forget his name, at the municipality, but he was in charge of FEMA, or director of FEMA for the municipality, or liaison or whatever, he basically explained to me that glaciation is not really considered a flood by FEMA. So it has never, in the 8 years I've been there, it's never exercised its 100-year flood option.
But have you had, this past winter with the exceptional cold and the thaw, did you have additional water that you didn't expect?
It's a good question. From property line to property line, my river, after doing the work, did not raise 6 inches.
Okay. And do you have flood insurance?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you won't be coming after the municipality if Peters Creek decides to have a 100-year flood sometime during your residency in this house?
I would need to talk to my lawyer.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Johnston? No? Yes? Okay.
I was interested as far as your bear. You mentioned the page 2 as far as bears, and those were colored bears, if I remember right, that were part of the military study. But you said something else that mentioned that there were no bears.
In the bear committee, the Eagle River is what I was talking about. Eagle River, south of or downstream from the Glen Highway, is not shown to be a bear habitat.
Okay.
And neither is this one has any indication that there's any grizzly bears downstream from the Glen Highway.
Black, maybe.
I've been out there for 8 years, and I haven't seen a bear on my property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, thanks for coming down. I want to revisit your wildlife corridor comments and your suggestion to change sort of the boundary applicables. And what I gather in your comparison of the areas that are specified, for example, the one upstream from Elmore Road, then in Anchorage, in the bowl, if you will, upstream from Elmore is more rural and less populated and more stream-like and more bear habitat. So once we start coming into the urban areas, this proposal, as it's written, stops the corridor sort of concept. And when we cross over the Glen Highway going towards the inlet, for example, towards your house, why wouldn't we close the corridor off as you come into a more urban area? Is that what your illustration is?
For two things. One is that we're not practicing what we preach inside the Anchorage Bowl. When we stop in rural areas, It's like whether you call this a taking or you don't call it a taking, whether it's just highly restricted, that 2020 is designed around Anchorage Bowl, and that's what this whole thing is based on. Stops. It fails to address corridors, wildlife corridors through the bowl. Your question to me specifically on Peters Creek is that I don't have any bears in my backyard, and the police are not getting any calls for bears on Peters Creek, and no report have I seen ever talks about bears on Peters Creek. Part of that is probably because Peters Creek is not a salmon run. 12 or 13 salmon fry and no adults seen in over a 3-year period is by the Fish and Wildlife Study, which had to be done for my conservation plan here, would suggest that there's nothing there for the bears.
Well, yet, but it seems to me that the development plan is to sort of encourage the wildlife transitory routes. And so what we're saying, I believe, is that we're saying, okay, come down from Upper Peters Creek, which is undeveloped essentially farther up, maybe a mile and a half off the Glen, and then you're going to come underneath the Glen and you're going to come into your property. And what this guideline is saying is keep an unrestricted corridor, if you will, to encourage wildlife. Is that also what potentially is going to happen?
Well, 2 is, if you look at page 2 of my handout, you'll see that some people look at this map and see the bears travel up and down the corridors. I look at it and say bears don't follow the corridors, that they migrate from river to river. There's some migrations here where you see them on 4 or 5 different water bodies, the same bear. I'm not sure, Mr. Starr, your question, but...
Well, it's just the comparison towards free travel. Essentially, the corridor is going to run the entire length of Peters Creek. It's restricted in Ship Creek. It's restricted in Campbell Creek as you come into the more urbanized areas, if you will. I know you're large lots and you're big there, but you're definitely much more urbanized than Upper Peters Creek. So I'm just looking to see if an amendment to modify the boundaries of the corridor makes any sense in this particular case as we become more urbanized.
On my cover sheet here, the map, my property, you'll see that I have a fence along the right-hand side, which would be the south side of the property. That stops. I own both a lot in one half, and that fence stops about 30 feet from the river. And that's to allow informal passage of animals and people. That being said, I like to keep it informal. I don't want a pathway or a sidewalk or whatever you want to call it in my backyard. If somebody's there at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'd like to be able to ask them to leave.
Good. That's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Selkrig.
I thought of it early on. How large is your lot and the lots around your property?
Is it okay if I ask my wife?
Sure.
It's a BLM lot.
Yeah, so is it an acre, couple acres?
No, actually here you see 3.7 acres between these 2 lots. What you see on the map here is 3.7 acres. So our total lot is 2.5 and 1 point something acres. And it's a standard BLM lot. It's a large lot.
Have you considered other animals besides bears? I mean, those corridors actually are the home to a fair number of critters, aren't they?
Let's look at the aerial, the aerial photography of the house. It's a large lot. It's very representative of all of the lots in Birchwood. Some of them have a half lot or whatever, but from an aerial view, if somebody was to fly over it, you can see that we leave very small footprints on our lots. And you had earlier testimony where the bears and moose are not
stupid animals. They can get around. This map represents a 10-year plan. It's dated May 30th, 2008, and it's my conservation plan. And it's a 10-year plan. Some of it, what you see here, is already there, and some of it is not. And I am concerned that, depending on who we talk to, the continued development of my property would be allowed because I have a conservation plan, and some people say that it would not be allowed. I don't know the answer to that, and depending who you ask, you get a different answer.
So, specifically, what would you propose here for your property? What do you think would protect your interest and the intent of the ordinance?
I would like to see the 25-foot river easement along the river stay 25 feet. I would like to see that on private property that's already developed, that there be no public access summarily granted along any creek corridor or easement.
So you would want people to walk along the stream within the 25 feet? Or not at all?
Right now, I have informal passage on my property that, by design, I see people in the wintertime walking the ice on top of the river. They come off onto the property. I've never asked anyone to leave, but like I said, that my house right now is 70 feet from the river. I don't want 30 foot away from my living room window a pathway that says, at 2 o'clock in the morning I have some stranger out on my property. I moved out of Anchorage into Birchwood for a reason, and I've invested a lot of time and money into development, and I would like to have the right to be able to say, hey, this is private property, it's 2 a.m., get out. And I'm afraid that my right to be able to do that is going to be challenged.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Please come forward.
Evening, my name is Otto Poland. I have some property below Bruce's homestead. Mr. Meyer represented it, and Little Campbell Creek runs through it. I have property on both sides, and I have the same concerns as Mr. Meyer had. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to testify, please come forward.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for opening that door. I'm Mark Lamoureux, Native Village of Clutna Environmental Director, Land and Environment Director, and also Chair of the Clutna River Watershed Council. For 3 years I was. Clutna River has been my focus for 8 years. With Native Village of Clutna, it's been impacted by a series of industrial projects but retains natural character. We have done lots of assessment and removed illegal dumps.
Could you hold on a minute? We're having trouble hearing you. I don't know if it's the mic, or could you speak a little closer to the mic?
I'm not very practiced with these.
You're doing fine. It's just slow down and speak in the mic. So we got you.
Anyway, we're working with Corps of Engineers.
Okay, getting all kinds of advice. If you could point it right at your mouth. Thank you, and I'm sorry for that.
We're working with the Corps of Engineers, Clutna Inc., and others to design river restoration projects and secure conservation easements. NVE has a conservation easement management plan that could be applied to the river corridor. The Clutna River corridor below the highway is managed as a cultural traditional use area for the Clutna people. This includes traditional hunting and fishing and educational activities. We've also conducted cultural, environmental, educational activities for other groups of people. I'm generally in favor of the intent of Title 21 rewrite for the river corridors. However, NV has not had adequate participation in the design of these. And this is partially our fault, and I've been gone for 2 years during interim administration. A traditional use area would have a different management plan than one for general public use and different decision-making bodies. MVE requests that the Clinton River be removed from the list of rivers covered under the 21 zoning provisions in Section D Wildlife Management Corridors until we've had time to review and suggest modifications. I would work with the consortium of community councils, the Clinton Inc., and others to develop a separate Chugach-Eagle River zoning chapter 10 with emphasis on the unique nature of the native traditional use area of the Clinton River.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You did great. Thank you. No questions. Please come forward if you'd like to testify.
Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter. Speaking to you tonight just as a private citizen. I've dog-eared and made notes throughout the newest version, and I'd like to go through it. And to start with, on page 3, item D, the title, Alternative Equivalent Compliance. If you take serious anything I try and explain tonight, listen to that one and try and incorporate that into each one of these natural resource categories, so that, as the first speaker said, one size doesn't necessarily fit all types of ecological systems. For example, if you look at Fire Creek through the Powder Reserve, in some places there are steeper slopes and the stream may be 50 feet away from where the steeper slopes are. And there may be 400 feet of wetland of some designation on the other side of the channel. And the channel isn't ever going to go this way towards the upland. It's going to wander out here. And the wildlife corridor channel protection would be much better to not have 200 feet from the channel. It would be better to have 50 feet on this side and 350 feet on the other side. And unless I can come forward on behalf of a client or myself to try and explain to the city why it would be better, and I don't have a problem, and I know my clients would not have a problem going through a tighter review process in order to try and get a better outcome for the environment and the actual ecological system that we're trying to protect here. So that's my real request tonight, those 3 words. Incorporate that onto each category of these design standards or review standards. The next dog ear, under relationship to the regulations, under 3C, and speaking to Mr. Nelson, this one's apparently being straightened out because 3C is not directly in alignment with item, let's see, it would be 8A or double I on the plan, because
they're rumbling at me what page you're on, Mr. Potter.
I'm on page 11 and I'm on page 5. So page 5, 3C, where it says the decision-making body shall not grant preliminary or final approval to any development or activity, including subdivisions in a wetland, which falls within the federal jurisdiction, without having all the necessary approvals and permits in hand. And in the...
There's an amendment to that, just so you know.
There is an amendment? If that's clarified, then I don't have a problem. It's important for the Assembly to understand that it's very difficult to put someone in catch-22 where they're trying to get a federal permit based on a development plan, but you can't get even any preliminary feedback or action on the development plan to justify the federal jurisdictional plan.
That was discussed in committee, Mr. Coffey.
Okay. Great. Next item, on page 6, moving down to item C. When the Wetlands Management Plan was originally done back in 1982, the municipality was going to require all Class A wetlands to be tracted out into separate parcels, and they would be acquired as a valuable asset of the overall public and community. We ran out of money, times changed, that practice changed, and hasn't been done in a long time. What I'd like to be able to do is make sure that there's an option to do a cluster or PUD type project, because in this where it says to the maximum extent feasible, and that's an improvement over the last version, Class A and those Class B wetlands which as a result of a U.S. Corps of Engineers decision or permit condition are not authorized for development shall be platted into separate tracts and not included as a part of a development lot. Currently, our densities and number of units that you can put on a tract are based on the square footage of the tract and the zoning. What I would prefer to be able to do is look at a cluster type development where you can preserve through a conservation easement that wetland that needs to be preserved, no questions about it, but accommodate calculation of the density on the entirety of the tract and leave the conservation easement to protect the valuable asset of the wetlands, A and B class.
And don't you have an amendment on that too, Mr. Coffey?
No, but the conservation subdivision is available to them, but I'm not sure what would happen to density. If you had a 10-acre tract, 5 acres was wetland, and you made a conservation easement for or conservation development, I guess is the correct term, and did that, I don't know whether the density applicable to 10 acres would apply to the remaining 5. If it does, then you'd be satisfied. Is that right?
To the extent that it does not, that needs to be corrected, in my opinion. Because if we're going to provide the density within the communities that we're talking about, and we're going to require that the property owner is basically giving up effectively the value of that wetland area because they have to set it aside and tract it out, and it doesn't really do anything for them, the way that you gain that value back without the people having to pay some offsetting value is to allow it to be utilized for the density calculations.
Okay. And so what you're saying now, if you did it, if I had a 10-acre tract today, and if I didn't have to tract it out and make it tract A, I can develop tract B, I cannot.
Right.
I would have the whole 10 acres, and the density of that 10 would apply depending on our zoning, right?
Right.
And so by making it be tracked out as you were separated into a separate parcel, you're in essence limiting density to whatever is remaining. And you're saying the way to correct that is to say when you do this, the density applicable to the entire acreage prior to tracting applies.
Relative to the zoning.
Yes.
As the PUD would allow you to do now.
Right.
And I have not, and I apologize that I have not cross-referenced this back to the new conservation subdivision approach to make sure that it works together.
Mr. Potter, I apologize. I interrupted your testimony, and that led to the question, and Dr. Selkrig is waiting. So maybe if we could all hold our questions and let you finish, it might be a good way to proceed.
Well,
and you're next. Oh, you want to talk about the specific? All right, go ahead, Dr. Selkrig.
My question isn't the issue here the separate plat? By requiring a separate plat for the wetland, basically you're pulling that piece of property out of the capacity to include it in the numbers in terms of establishing the density?
The way I read this, outside of any consideration of the new conservation subdivision, which isn't in code yet, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Potter.
Okay, I'll try and speed it up here. On page 6 at the bottom, credit for other requirements of this title. Stream, water body, wetland setback areas shall be credited toward any applicable open space requirements or landscaping requirements only if such setback areas serve the purpose of those requirements as set forth in this title. So you're effectively allowing the fill for a parking lot to be within 15 feet of that wetland. That's the wetland setback. But parking lots under the code typically have a requirement for perimeter parking lot landscaping, which may be a 10-foot buffer. So I don't read low bush blueberries and stuff as a suitable buffer of a parking lot to a wetland. So you'd be forced to put in this kind of false landscaping around the perimeter, thus taking more area for the site to do your development. plus you'd be adding shrubs and trees, whether they're native or non-native, and putting them up next to the wetlands, which may not be the best approach for the system as well. Quickly, we already covered that one. Let's see. On page 18, applicability, where we start talking about which streams are affected.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I just didn't hear where he is.
Page 18.
18. Oh, thank you.
Under D, applicability. And it's the laundry list of sections of streams or streams that would be covered. Two items. Fire Creek, as it goes through the Powder Reserve, is effectively covered by a PC zoning district, which requires a master plan. And I would think that if you had the ability to put a line in here that said when the area is covered by planned community district zoning, that this item, the corridor and the setback widths, will be handled as a consideration of the PC, which it really is anyway. And that allows us to work this 400-foot wide corridor that might be 50 feet on one side and 350 on the other. The other item specifically with that list is Eklutna River downstream from the Old Glen Highway. Effectively, you have Eklutna Inc. as the owner of both sides of Eklutna River. They currently have plans and are working with the agencies and the Corps of Engineers to do some modifications to the stream to do a habitat enhancement project. This may interfere with that, although there is an exemption for that type of work. But this is again in the Eklutna Village area, which has a history of subsistence lifestyle and utilization of Eklutna River before it was totally screwed up by the railroad and the state highway department and water sources and power sources upstream.
Okay. You're going to have to summarize.
I'm getting real close. That I think that it would be appropriate to not take the ability to have a subsistence lifestyle and possible structures adjacent to Eklutna River away from the people of Eklutna Village. And I think there's such a strong cultural component there that I think it would be an error.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Potter? And I shut off the timer because of those questions, but
only quickly discretionary approvals. My concern, as stated before, was that discretionary in this case will probably turn into mandatory, and I'd like you to be aware of that.
Okay. You do have some questions, so only if you've got anything new.
Yeah.
Okay?
Somebody asked me about private open space.
That's so great.
My only question there is on, well, actually, starting on page 19 at the bottom, 2107030. This is a fairly complex model and or formula for defining open space that is private and common. Doesn't necessarily study very well, I don't think, the difference between owner-occupied and rental properties as to who's going to manage what piece of the common ownership property. The other thing I'd want to ask if this has actually been experimented with, if there's been a practical test of this, so we compare this against some of our better multifamily projects to see if they're reproducible under this guideline.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Selfridge?
No, thank you.
Or Mr. Koff?
Thank you. You just addressed 3.5 pages, which we probably spent 3.5 hours on. And I can answer your question. I don't think we field tested it against anything. Our alternative tonight, and I'll ask you to comment, is either approve this or to reserve it, as we've done with others. Which would you do?
I spent a couple hours on this today, just reading this section.
Well, we've been in committee.
Trying to understand just how it would be implemented in a design. And when there's a mandatory requirement to set aside private open space for each individual unit that is prescribed specifically for the use of only that unit, and you're in a multi-story combination of structures possibly, I don't know if that's the best workable way to do it or not. And if that's the case, if you put in an alternate equivalent approach, have at it.
Okay. We've got one of those already for this wildlife corridor, and Mr. Nelson's approved it. I wrote it while you were there. Okay, let me back up here then. If you put on the provision for the wildlife corridor the substantial alternative equivalent language, would that cover Eklutna and Fire Creek, or should you also add where it's subject to a master plan approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Platting Board? Would that solve it as well?
Either way, for Fire Creek, Eklutna River, I think that it would be best to extricate that section of river out of this deal.
Delete reference to Eklutna River and let them go do what they're doing with ADF and G or Fish and Wildlife.
Correct.
Okay.
On that point,
okay, that's all the
yield?
questions I have.
All right, go ahead, Dr. Spokary.
But there is going to be, and there is a master plan for Eklutna River, is that correct?
There is. The Powder Reserve area has a PC requirement, which requires before any development can occur, it has to go through basically back to you to create a zoning ordinance and a master plan. Only a portion of that has been done so far, and no actual development plan plats have come forward. So that will be taken care of. The rest of the property out there that is Eklutna is also Zone PC in the Powder Reserve area, and it will have to come back in, and that's an appropriate time, I think, to catch all this.
But it would seem that in a global sense, the PC or master plan concept could be applicable to any of these streams, and that it might be an appropriate fix or opportunity for each one of these streams.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to testify, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Jim Arneson. I'm the land manager for Eklutna, Inc. If you look at page 12, there's on C, the steep slope development and the purpose. Under D and F, it talks about encourage building types and grading designs and so forth that integrate into the natural terrain with minimal recontouring and so forth. And down in F, it says encourage the protection of visually significant or other prominent natural features. I was just wondering, is this going to be discretionary? Who's going to decide these issues? It's not a black and white thing. And then I'll move over to talking about the Eklutna River. That particular river and that area, the natives, that's the only place they have left in Anchorage that is more or less for themselves. And I think we should remove the Eklutna River from this, and like Tim Potter mentioned, perhaps look at it again if a PC district forms out there, because I do believe it is Zone PC. And when it comes to Peters Creek and the Birchwood area, where Fire Creek empties out south of the Birchwood Airport, we own all that land in the delta, and it's already classified as wetlands, and a lot of it is wet. I don't know that it'll ever get developed, but to throw more regulations on it might be a little overkill. And when you get to the Peters Creek area, we have a number of lots that the river either goes through a corner of or it cuts it in half, and those lots right now are marginally developable, if at all. You throw some more regulation on these lots, and I think you might it's almost close to becoming a taking. You're basically destroyed it completely, perhaps. And I think the rest of the speakers have pretty much said what I was going to say, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to testify, please come forward. Ms. Wells, we can pass them out for you.
Thank you.
Sure. I can pass them out for you. Here. Oh, I gave one to Tom. Oh, sure. Okay. All right, now I'll take it.
My name is Bobby Wells, Madam Chair, members of Assembly Administration. I'm wearing two hats tonight. I'm president of Chugach Eagle River Consortium. We're undertaking, trying to write a suitable set of land use regulations specifically for the Chugach Eagle River area. I'm also chair of Birchwood Community Council and a private citizen. What I did hand out, and everybody got shorted on that, are just my bullet points and two maps from the Bear Committee report. The bullet points that I made is the stream easement regulations do not appear compatible with the wildlife management corridor concept. If permitted trails are for people, it's a bad idea to allow them where you want to encourage bears to travel or expect that everyone will stay away from the water's edge. If you have named streams that don't have significant fish populations, especially salmon, where's the factual logic in how they laid out these wildlife corridors? Fire Creek would be a good one. I don't believe there's any fish in there. You're impacting existing homeowners who will be subject to discretionary approvals and requirements more restrictive than those homeowners in the same zoning district that do not have any streams bisecting their property as to the use of their property. Stream easements, I had a rude awakening. Mr. McCain touched on this. I had sent Tom Nelson an email and asked him prior to September 19th, 2007, it said that existing development had a 25-foot each-sided stream edge for a stream corridor. Well, that was taken out. Because they put in the word new development, I thought, well, they thought that was redundant because we're talking about new development. No, they're not. They're talking about 50-foot each side of the stream corridor. Within that easement, it says on page 5 and implied again on page 8 at IV, no disturbance is permitted within that setback, except on the outer 15 feet, you can have drainage, utility, and public recreation facilities, playgrounds, fences, decks, lawns, and formal landscaping. In the outer 30 feet, you can have a trail. If you look back to Chapter 8, which you have provisionally approved, these trails have to be dedicated. If they're written into a plan with the right-of-way width laid out in the trails plan, which I don't have a copy of the trails plan, so I don't know the right-of-way width they laid out. I do know that you have to have connectivity. I know if you have a Chugach State Park right-of-way for a trail, your easement's going to be 20 foot wide. Chapter 8 also reinforces the Chapter 7 stream easements on page 12. In Chapter 7, you compensate the developer with a credit towards the private open space requirements. But how do you plan to compensate existing homeowners for the use of this property? Because it's got to be dedicated, and you're putting a trail right through his private property. Most of the trails I see, dedicated or not, are on public land. You don't. Now you're putting them through private property.
Can you summarize, Ms. Wells?
I'll summarize this very easily because other people before me has touched on some of this. What I'd like, if you insist on passing Chapter 7 tonight, and I'm sure that you would like to see this passed, then I'm going to ask you to pull those two sections for further review. I wouldn't be standing here today except I think that the conflict between the two affects the entire municipality and it's the wrong thing to do. If you can't do that, then I want you to remove the Chugach Eagle River named stream corridors
The consortium has a land use planner under contract and some other consultants under contract, very well versed in land use. We will try to come up with a logical solution specifically for our area.
Thank you very much. There appear to be no questions. Anyone else who'd like to testify? And I want to remind the Assembly it's 9:30 and we've got some must-do items to deal with. Please come forward if you want to testify. We're running out of time. That's why I'm urging you to come quickly.
Debbie, I can only move so fast.
Okay, all right.
If you don't mind, if I can, I'd like to have the remainder of Otto's time and Bob's. I've got a few points I'd like to cover. They didn't use most of their time.
Well,
or y'all can just ask me a bunch of questions.
Well, at this point, I can't let him come up again. He's already testified.
Say again?
He's already testified.
I know. I just was going to use the remainder of his time. He didn't use hardly enough. Can't do it. Okay.
Go with your 3 minutes and hope for questions.
Okay. With the speaking to the chair and the staff and union employees and everybody else, I'm Joe Burnham. I'm a landowner up on the hillside. I've got property on either side of Little Rabbit Creek, just as Bob Myers does, and Otto Poling and Dave Yamato. Between the four of us, it looks like me, it's about 10 acres, Otto about 20, Bob probably 30 or more, Dave about 18 acres that are going to be impacted by this wildlife corridor. I'm opposed to it. One, on account of the impact it has to my property and my values. If they can come up with, or y'all can come up with some manner or method of allowing higher density for those areas we're going to lose, because ultimately we're going to lose those areas if we get before PNC and all the folks come out to testify. When our plat comes up, it's never going to get approved. I've got, like I said, 10 acres I'll lose. And on that 10 acres, about 10 lots at, $150,000 a piece or so. I can't stand to take that hit. I'm not going to take that hit. That's about all I got to say on the economic idea of a wildlife corridor. Now, I've got a lot of experience with wildlife corridors, and they do work. They work real well. I've got a place down at Yakataga in Icy Bay where they clear-cut a large area. You can see it from space. There are wildlife buffers that were left. The wildlife move through them real good. They stay under cover from one remote tract to another remote tract. Here, you're trying to put a wildlife buffer in, and Mr. Stark caught it a little while ago, on a wilderness area down into an urban area. You're going to be funneling the wildlife down into the area through those wildlife corridors you're trying to create. It's not practical. It doesn't make good sense. I don't have no PhD. I just got a little bit of common sense, but I can see how the game's going to funnel down the mountain through those corridors if you put them and keep them there. Okay, enough about wildlife corridors, I guess. My time's up, I guess, so if anybody got any questions?
Well, if you have a particular area that you're going to talk about, you might just mention it and maybe there'll be questions.
All right, yeah, stream setbacks.
Okay.
Got a problem with them going to 50 feet.
Okay. All right.
Wetlands, platted wetlands, same comments that some of the other people made, but if a vehicle can be made to compensate the landowner for the loss of those wetlands by going to higher density, I would go along with that.
Okay.
And I urge you guys not to vote on this thing tonight. I think there's too many issues, complicated issues that have yet to be dealt with.
You do have a question. Dr. Sophie.
I wondered what you were going to say about setbacks.
On the stream setbacks, I give you a prime example in the downtown area or in the lower hillside area, especially in industrial areas. I've got a property right now. It's an I-2 property. Last year's tax appraisal was $1,320,000 on it. I'm afraid to look at this year's green cards. I don't know what it went to. But right now, with a stream setback that The Little Campbell Creek bisects the property. On the north end of it, I'm losing 30,000 or 15,000 square feet as it stands on an 80,000 square foot parcel. If this 50-foot ordinance goes, I'm going to lose another 15,000 square feet, and then where it's located on the property, I'll lose another 10,000 square feet beside that because there'd be too little to do anything with.
Is there an adjustment for the loss of that in your taxes?
No, not a bit.
The setback is included in the square footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Anyone else at all who'd like to testify on Title 21? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. Before we begin discussion,
Madam Chair, he's, at my request, he's speaking to Mr. Potter about that density question.
would you like to make any general comments in response to some of what we heard in testimony, and then I'm going to pass the gavel to Ms. Drummond and summarize the committee discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. I have lots of notes, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to address all the issues that were raised, but I would like to note that the wildlife management corridor is not a setback, so it is not implying that development is not allowed within 200 feet from these streams. The intent is for those discretionary approvals, and I would like to make sure it's clear that discretionary approvals do not include going to get a building or land use permit. There are things like conditional use approvals, platting, things like that. And the intent is that through those discretionary approvals, the decision-making body would be able to review the development and see whether there are ways that impacts could be reduced, impacts between wildlife and humans could be reduced based on the layout of the development. We have proposed an amendment, I think it's Amendment C, I hope that's been passed out, that clarifies that the intent of the section is not to reduce the allowed density, so that if there is a subdivision that is happening in an area with a wildlife management corridor, that the decision-making body, the intent of the section is not to allow the decision-making body in a discretionary approval to reduce the allowed density by saying you can't put homes in the wildlife management corridor. I'm going to let Mr. Nelson continue.
Madam Chair, on that point about the permitting, I just had a question before it got away. Is that appropriate?
All right. Just a second. Ms. Selkirk, were you through? And then I'll go to you, Mr.
I just had a question in terms of what was just explained. So if somebody comes in with a single-family house that's allowed on the underlying zoning, they can basically build it. How does the 200-foot set? How does the 200-foot area apply to them? I mean, they're going to. All they have to do is go get a building permit. What happens?
First of all, just to clarify, it's intended.
Into your microphone, please, Mr. Nelson.
That section on page 1819 is intended to apply to new development that would likely occur. When you talk about discretionary authority, what you're really talking about is a new subdivision, a conditional use. It's not applying to existing development. It would not apply if somebody just goes in to apply for a land use permit to build a single-family home on an individual lot.
So if it doesn't apply to if there's already an existing subdivision platted, or somebody already has a lot that's just a standalone lot, it doesn't apply. Is that correct?
What? Okay, let me clarify.
Can I just hold? I didn't think we were going to get in debate without a motion on the floor.
I'm just asking a question.
And that I'm sure will come up in debate.
I'm happy to do
So
that.
all I wanted to do was to have them give a brief overview, and then we could have a motion.
I just wanted to understand what they were saying.
I understand that. I understand. So maybe we can hold your explanation for just a second, if you could. Ms. Drummond now has the chair. And
You want a motion, Madam?
I would like to make the motion.
Move to approve. Oh, you're going to move. You're
Go
doing
ahead,
it.
Ms. Osiander.
I'd like to move the Assembly Committee corrected version, which is, it's dated, it's a public hearing, PhD S version, Section 1, Assembly Title 21, Committee Recommendations dated March 26, 2009.
AO 2009-56, right?
Exactly, this version. That's what I'm moving.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
It's the item with the yellow cover.
Yes, and then I do have a brief explanation of the committee's position on some of these issues and some amendments from the committee, when that's appropriate, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Ms. Osiander, did you want to do the committee's presentation
I would
first?
like to very briefly, and I'd like Mr. Nelson or Ms. McConnell to chime in if you view the discussion, if you can correct what I'm saying, or you have a different version of it. All right. The committee spent a lot of time. This version is actually pretty significantly different from what was first presented to us. It does call for increases in the setback from streams and water bodies for new construction. And that's actually one of the things that came up in testimony. And I want to say the committee's understanding is if you have a current development, you are going to be absolutely legal on that current development. If you do new construction, then you have to go with the 50-foot setback. And so that's the first item. Mr. Nelson, could you confirm that? Or
Yes, that is confirmed, and it's stated specifically, I believe, on page 4 under the applicability section.
All right. Basically, this is on page 4 through 10 of the document. Streams would go to 50 feet, lakes up to 25, and ephemeral channels, which are streams sometimes here and sometimes not there, are 10 feet. All right. There's a fair amount of discussion on those pages about what's allowed and what's not allowed. The next section is page 12 through 17. I'm sorry, I'm just going to do a real brief overview if that's all right. And that's steep slope development. There's new requirements on steep slope development, some which gives greater flexibility on very steep slopes. That whole section was reviewed in order to give greater flexibility but also have greater control. Starting in page 23, there's a whole new section on drainage plans. We spent a lot of time discussing some of the existing subdivisions which have really impacted downslope neighborhoods. There's new requirements for any development on what must be done and what must be presented to the city. The wildlife corridor section, as we discussed it, is if you have a development that is, or if you want to develop your property and it's currently legally allowed in that zoning district, you would absolutely be allowed to do it with 3 exceptions. 1, you've got to have garbage disposal, garbage cans that are bear resistant. 2, you can't put in a campground, a landfill, a transfer station, or a school in that 200-foot or 400-foot section. If you're going to put in a road, then there might be some oversight from the city to say another corridor might be better. If, however, you're going to apply for something that requires a decision-making body to bless it, you're going to go for a change order, you're going to go to have it subdivided and replatted, then those discretionary guidelines will kick in, and the body that does the oversight would look at that and consider those items in the list when they bless the new development. But it does not prohibit those things, and if you're not going for discretionary, you can go anyway. The section after that is, there is a section on private open space, and to my memory, it was modeled in the committee. We had a variety of subdivisions that were presented, of developments, including some multifamily, that were presented to us with the open space shown, and basically it showed that this is a reduction in the amount of existent open space that's required. I hope that was the highlights. I'm going to, if I could, Madam Chair, let the Planning Department chime in on anything I didn't cover, and then I want to present the committee's amendments.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
Mr. Nelson, is there anything that you think needs to be highlighted before we get in debate?
I believe you've covered it, and it'd probably be more appropriate if we basically answer any questions or make any comments on specific amendments that are going to be proposed.
Okay. I passed out a sheet that has yellow, and it says Assembly Committee in the top.
Why did we go from corners?
It says Amendments to Section 1, Chapter 7.
With the title.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
That's
it says
it.
Title 21 Committee, handwritten at the top.
All right? And what I'd like to do, the yellow is the amendment that's offered, and gray strike through is deletion. I want to move, actually, I'm going to move all four of these at once in the interest of time.
Which ones are we working on?
All right?
Go ahead, Ms. Osiander.
On page 9, after line 10, I wanted to insert that there'll be an illustration added. On page 13, after line 31, I want to insert item 5, that if the average slope of the site disturbance envelope is less than 20%, the development is exempt from subsections 3E, 3F, 3G, 3H, and 3I. And then on page 15, after line 43, to insert and renumber that under existing lots, notwithstanding other standards of this section, lots existing on the effective date of this ordinance, that due to prevalence and or disturbance of distribution of slopes over 50% are not able to meet these standards, are allowed a site disturbance envelope of 20,000 square feet. Within this site disturbance envelope, slopes over 50% are allowed to be disturbed. And on page 19, after line 5, insert E, that trails shall be sited with direct consultation with the State Department of Fish and Game. And this last one is related to the wildlife corridors. So if there's a trail going in there, Department of Fish and Game gets to comment. Was the rationale for that one?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, and the final paragraph is you're
it's
not,
going to be
you're not offering that.
No, because Mr. Coffey's going to deal with that later, as I understand.
Okay, that's been moved, and these four amendments have been moved and seconded. Discussion.
Madam Chair.
Okay, let's see. I have Dr. Selcraig to comment on it.
These were discussed by the committee and they are approved by staff?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Starr.
I had a general question about both comments Ms. Chairman Osiander and Mr. Nelson spoke about. If you have to apply for a land use permit, then the wildlife corridor doesn't apply.
Correct.
Except
is that right?
With discretionary uses. So if somebody lives along Peters Creek or a Clutna River, as noted in section reference in D, why do we even mention the words fences then and all the other things that are discretionary if that was the case? I guess I don't get it. Because we're already in a land use area. We're outside the building safety area.
Okay, Mr. Starr, I think this is outside the amendment area.
No, it's not, because page 19 amendment speaks to trails in direct consultation with the state. So I want to know, in some of my areas, you only need a land use permit, and you can go crazy on your land, so to speak. So
okay.
I just need the question answered, and it'll either mean I move more amendments or not. It'll also mean, do I approve page 19 trails?
All right, go ahead.
If I may respond. Mr. Starr, as it's written on page 18 and 19.
Mr. Nelson, right into the microphone, please. We're having a hard time hearing.
As it's noted on pages 18 and 19, what does apply to all development are the standards that are identified in D3, A, B, C, and D. And there's a new...
What page, please?
19.
Thank you.
There's also a new E, which is part of the amendments being considered at the moment. What only applies to conditional uses, subdivision plats, where there is a discretionary decision being made by a review body, then you have section basically D4 that would apply. And I think the thing to try to separate are individual development applications, a land use permit, for instance, for a single family home on an existing lot would be different. They would have to basically comply with 3A, B, C, D, and E, whereas
Mr. Nelson, microphone.
Whereas a subdivision development
Stay right there. Thank you.
or a conditional use would be subjected to not only those standards but also in D4, what's identified as under discretionary approvals. And the thing to note there is that they're not mandatory. They will be considered by the decision-making authority with the understanding that basically rational judgment would prevail. If it makes common sense and there's a public safety issue here, it would be applied. If there are extenuating circumstances where it's not practical or feasible, they would not likely be applied.
Somebody owns a lot on Peters Creek. They want to put a meandering landscape trail with a fence to keep the bears out, and they want to do that, say, 15 feet from Peters Creek. Now, mind you, it's a meandering trail on their land. It's a fence on their land in a land use permit area. Do they have to call up Fish and Game and say, hey, we're putting landscaping in and we're putting a fence up?
What they would have to follow is basically the stream setback requirements that are not here in this wildlife corridor section, but are actually back in.
I know where they are.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So your answer is
the answer basically there is that they would have to leave the 15 feet closest to the stream undisturbed, but they could provide some yard area, playground, trail, some improvements within that outer portion.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander, are you back in for comments? No, you're out. Okay. Mr. Coffey. Okay. Mr. Nelson, have you had your piece so far?
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay. Just feel free to jump in whenever you need to. Dr. Selcraig. Okay. Any more comments on the committee amendments as presented? Any at all? Okay. Let's vote on any objection to incorporating the committee amendments. Seeing no objection, the committee amendments are incorporated.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Osiander, go ahead.
I have two more, and they were just passed out. It's called Attachment B and Attachment C. Amendment B and Amendment C, I'm sorry. These came from discussions within committee and were prepared by the Planning Department. The first one, we heard in committee that the new requirements for the drainage plans were difficult because the federal government, the state government, and the local building industry all have training programs to prepare people to be an appropriate administrator of a drainage plan.
Did you move these amendments?
I'm sorry. I'd like to move Amendment B.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go
I
ahead.
apologize.
All right.
The
Mr.
second was
Gutierrez.
Mr. Gutierrez. This basically, we heard some frustration from private development that this is too many hoops to go through and it's unclear which plan is the appropriate plan and why would they take training from the state and then have to take separate training at the local level. This amendment would give the city still the right to do oversight, but would allow project management and engineering to approve another training course. So I'm going to, I guess, read this one. This would be on page 28, lines 11 through 42, Erosion and Sediment Control Administrator. It says a qualified erosion and sediment control administrator who shall be responsible for the erosion sedimentation best management practices during construction shall be identified in each storm water treatment plan submitted for approval, except for stormwater treatment plans of owner-built single and two-family dwellings, evidence of contractual liability shall be requested. The underlined language is new. It would be A, in order to be identified as a qualified administrator, a person shall successfully complete a training course and associated tests for certification from a training program approved by the project management and engineering department. And B, the qualified administrator shall maintain their certification in active status throughout the length of the project. In the case where the qualified administrator certification becomes expired or revoked, a new qualified person shall be selected to be the erosion and sediment control administrator, and she'll be identified on the stormwater treatment plan. And the rest would be deleted.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Nelson, any comments on this amendment?
This amendment was actually worked on by the watershed management section working with private industry that was affected, and I believe that it has the okay of both parties. Christy Bischofberger from watershed management is here, and she may be able to better speak to
Okay,
details.
if we have any questions. Okay, any discussion? Any discussion? Any questions from Assembly members? Any objection to the incorporation, to the approval of this amendment? The Amendment B as before us. Seeing no objection, Amendment B is adopted. Ms. Osiander, do you have continuing amendments?
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to stop, and the rest of the amendments, I believe, are going to come from Mr. Coffey.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coffey, you prepared?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, we have amendment, which is delineated Amendment C. It's on page 18 of the version of Title 21 we're looking at.
It's this
page 18. It's in the intent statement. Does everyone have it? It's called Attachment C. Move it to approve the amendment.
That's been moved and seconded.
I want to get a motion, and then
I thought you moved it, sir, and Ms. Johnston seconded it.
The
So go ahead.
addition is, it is not the intent of this section to reduce density that is otherwise allowed. That's what we've added.
Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing none, that's approved. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a series of amendments that I handed out a couple of weeks ago. I rehanded them out tonight. They were 1 through 8 2 weeks ago. In discussions with staff, I have withdrawn 8. So we have 1 through 7. I handed out what was denominated number as A, and I put on C my number 6. They're the same. They accomplish the same thing, but I have accepted staff's Amendment C. So I would like to start with Amendment 1 on the first page of what I handed out. It's on page 5, line 17.
And would you hit first motion, sir? No, never mind. We're not going to do that. We've got it. Mr. Coffey
Well,
made the amendment.
I'm going to move Amendment number 1, page 5, line 17.
And Ms. Johnson seconded it.
Thank you. The purpose of the amendment is to address what Mr. Potter was talking about and what we also considered. The idea that you have to have final approval of all federal permits to get preliminary approval of a city permit seemed inappropriate. So what you cannot do is you cannot get final approval of a city permit until you have final approval of a federal or perhaps state permit, but you could get preliminary approval, which would allow you to move forward. Staff, I would ask for comments and concurrence if you do.
All right, Mr. Nelson, please chime in on any of these if you have a comment.
We concur with this amendment.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing none, that amendment is approved.
Madam Chair, Amendment number 2, page 9, lines 17 and 8. Move the amendment, Part 1.
Is there a second? Mr. Gutierrez seconded. Mr. Coffey moved.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the purpose of the Part 1 of Amendment number 2 is to allow things to occur in the trails, in the stream corridors closer to the stream than would otherwise be permitted. The code currently reads 30 feet, and that means you would be within 20 feet of the stream itself. The amendment is to take it 40 feet, which means you would be within 10 feet. Current code is 15 feet of the stream bed. I had discussions with staff this evening, and they suggested we amend it to 35 feet. I've also had requests from Assembly members to leave it at 40 feet. So what we need to do is discuss how far we're going to require development to be away from creeks. Is it going to be 20 feet, 15 feet, or 10 feet? Madam Chair.
Just to clarify, this is trails, not development. Thank you. All right, that matters before us. Dr. Selcraig, you're first in the queue.
I want to clarify. Currently, it's 15 feet. Is that correct?
That's what I'm told by staff.
And the staff, it was just a lot of information. I want to review it. The staff has proposed 30 feet?
No.
40 feet.
The draft is
and what are you proposing?
40 feet. Remember, its development may occur within
trails.
The language.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nelson, did you have a comment that would clarify this?
Yes. I just wanted to clarify, and you really have to look at the wording on line 7 on page 9 to understand.
Mike.
In order to understand what the actual distance is that you'd have to leave undisturbed from the stream. Under the current stream protection setback in the current Title 21, you have to leave basically the nearest 15 feet undisturbed. Trails can be outside of that. The staff had originally proposed expanding that to 20 feet so that when you see 30 feet in there, what that's meaning is that if you have a 50-foot setback, the outer 30 feet can be utilized, but the closest 20 feet has to be left undisturbed.
Okay.
So that's a 5-foot increase from the current code, which says you have to leave 15 feet undisturbed. The amendment that you see here was to basically reduce that area of non-disturbance from the current code of 15 feet to 10 feet. So you have a choice. The current code is basically in between. It's 15 feet. What's in the current draft that's under motion would expand it to 20 feet. Mr. Coffey's amendment would reduce that to 10 feet. I hope that.
All right.
I guess
I'm sorry.
my comment would be I would be comfortable leaving it at 15 feet, but it doesn't seem to make any sense to me to go below the 15 feet that we've already have in code and seems to have basically worked for quite some time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burke?
Well, this says it relates to trails, but we had some testimony earlier about limitations on development within a close proximity to a creek. And I guess one of the questions I had related to grandfather rights. I believe Representative Stoltz mentioned. Now, is that handled in a different manner, the grandfather rights, whether for a trail or a development or in other words, if the house disappears and you build a new house, does a new house fall under the new rules, or can it duplicate the proximity?
Mr. Nelson.
Yes. Again, going back to
the mic, sir.
Going back to the beginning of that subsection on page 4, the applicability applies to new development, does not apply to existing. Okay.
So a rebuild on a home, it would.
If you add on to that home, it would apply to the addition.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But the existing home would be grandfathered.
An existing home, if it was destroyed and you wanted to rebuild, you can rebuild on the same basic foundation.
If you tear it down completely, though, then you fall under the new guideline, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
If you have a non-conforming structure, you demolish the structure. The non-conformity does not permit you to rebuild and continue a non-conformity if you've taken it down. That's standard.
Mr. Nelson, could you clarify?
May I?
Please.
In Chapter 12, the nonconformities chapter, there's a provision there that for single-family and two-family homes and mobile homes, you can rebuild at the same location, that it's not non-conforming.
That's what I remembered.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Thank you.
This is trails. And
I understand that. I had the question up earlier, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, but I wanted to comment. I'm part of the reason for the 10 feet was because we thought there are many trails that come within the 10 feet right now existing. And what we were fearful of is if you went further, required them to be further away, people who would like to look at the creek and see it would just go off the trail and make their own trail. And then what are you going to do? You haven't accomplished your purpose. On the other hand, I don't have any big heartburn with 15 feet either because we've lived with it for a long time. And there's no magic answer here, folks. It's just what we think is appropriate.
Mr. Starr, you next.
On page 5, 4AI, which is what you just quoted from on that, what's the setback horizontally now from water courses?
25 feet.
25 feet is the stream setback right now.
And so we're saying 50 feet with this proposal 4A1 or 4AI?
Yes.
That's correct.
And
well, it's 50 feet for the streams, but we make a distinction, for instance, in A2I, we make a distinction for what are called basically ephemeral channels and drainage ways.
I get that part of it. It's just the disturbance in the 50-foot setback area, which is no disturbance except as noted in the other sections, is what I'm concerning. So we're actually increasing our footprint from the regulatory from 25 to 50 feet for a no disturbance area in a water course area.
That's correct, but I would like to add that much of the remaining undeveloped land that would be affected by this is currently zoned R10. The R10 zone right now, in the R10 zone, the setback from streams is 100 feet.
I get it, but we don't, I mean, we're saying it, it's a land use permit restriction and all the other stuff, but I don't read it in here. When the guys 5 years from now go back and somebody's trying to do a tree clearing or a vegetation buffer clearing adjustment in their R6 along Peters Creek, I don't know where this land use thing is going to kick in other than we pull the minutes of the record and say, well, Tom Nelson meant back then that. So I guess I just read it as a common reader here, and it doesn't say anything about that. It says you can't disturb the vegetation 50 feet horizontal from a water stream. And I guess another definition is we were very specific in the wildlife corridors what a water stream was. Are we taking the what is it, the Streams and Highways book or whatever? What do we use as a designated stream?
If I may respond.
That's the question is for you.
If you look on page 8, there's looking at B, 1I, 2I.
Yeah.
You can see where there are provisions that allow for certain activities to occur in the outer, basically outer 35 feet. And if you go to the top of page 9, if you look at D, for instance, on line 3, when you're getting back to the individual property owner, it does allow for lawns, landscaping, play equipment, fences, decks, and the like.
And vegetative clearing inside the 50 foot?
Out in the outer 35 feet.
In the outer 35, so they're going to not be able to tree clear or see the stream essentially.
I'm sorry, I got to mix up. I appreciate that. This is basically in the outer 15 feet.
The outer, so we're leaving 35 feet from the water body untouched.
That's correct. Right. That's correct.
So they're going to, I mean, in my area, the alders grow up so thick and then the willows take over and then you can't see the stream. So we're just going to, that's private property development? I mean, it's not a rhetorical question, but that's what you're going to see happen here is that the folks can't clear vegetation up to the water body. Land use permitted area or not.
That's the thing to recognize. What we're trying to do here is to basically strike a balance between individual property rights and the important values that streams hold for flood control, for water quality, protection, the basic functions that a stream preserves. And you may have heard it earlier, you know, that much of our drainage system is relying more and more on the ability to utilize these streams, which includes the immediately surrounding area, the riparian area. So it is incumbent, if we are to succeed in protecting and utilizing these streams in that function, they do require more protection than they've received to date. And what the science has heard, and what you've heard, the science, that we looked at this extensively across the country, is pretty common now. 100 feet is typically what's utilized. We recognize that we're in a fairly well-developed community, and it would be impractical to go to that length. So what we're trying to do, and when we looked at the 50-foot dimension, we did look at what the impact would be, and there are very few structures, quite frankly, that are really affected even by 50 feet.
Well, again, the 50 feet's new over the 25, and then the requirement to be in the back half of the 50 now we're pushing folks farther back into their property, saying don't disturb the lands outside the water body. As it stands now, again, everyone's saying, well, it's 15 feet now. Well, it's really not, or it's 15 feet now. When we don't change anything in terms of that, you're going to be developing on the back half of the 50, and not the forward side of the creek, and that's my semantics. Thank you. That's all.
I am going to, at 10:30, ask that we stop on this and deal with the 3 items the administration say are essential. So we've got about 15 more minutes. I'm allowed greater discretion here to get a better understanding of what the setback is.
Okay.
Ms. Selkrig, you're next.
I believe there's an amendment on the floor, and I would like to amend the amendment. Mr. Coffey's amendment read trails are permitted parallel to the stream within the outer 10 feet. I'd like to change that to 15 feet.
If I could clarify, the amendment actually was to go to 40.
35, thank you. I would make it 35, thank you. It's a reverse, thank you.
All right, and that's Mr. Gutierrez seconded it. The amendment is to change it to 35 feet. Any further discussion? This is on page 9 of the draft. Line 8.
And my rationale for the amendment is that we've had 15 feet for quite some time. I think it works, and I think it's a good recommendation, and we've really backed off from a much larger amount.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, is there objection? Seeing no objection, that is approved. We're at 35 feet. Okay. And I'm asking the clerk to notify me about 5 minutes before 10:30. And if I could, I know there are people who've waited here all evening on the food code, and I want to apologize to you, but it appears that we are not going to get to the food code. And I'm just telling you because I'm reading the tea leaves here, and I thought I'd save you at least 15 minutes of our meeting.
You want us to do it for sure? We could move to change the order, clear it, and postpone the public hearing?
Well,
I think you're right, Madam Chair.
We can do this next week. I agree.
No, I'm talking about the food code, Madam Chair. If you want the motion, say so. We'll do it. If you're not,
I don't think we can do the food code in 15 minutes.
No, I don't mean that. Move to postpone the public hearing on the food code till such and such a date.
That would be wonderful.
There you go. I just made that motion. Move to postpone the public hearing on the food code till the 23rd of June.
All right. At this point, to do this correctly, we've got an amendment on the floor.
Yeah, forget it.
Let's finish that, and then I'm going to ask for a brief change the order of the day motion, and we'll deal with it.
Fine.
But let's finish what we've got in front of us.
Can I make, then I'll move, Madam Chair, Part 2 of Amendment 2. Yeah, we did. She said without objection. Part 1's passed at 35 feet, right?
Yes. It was.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Madam Clerk has a question.
That's right.
Okay.
That's what
All right. My understanding is there was no objection to the 35-foot. All right. The second part of the same amendment is what you're proposing now? Is that correct?
What I understand is her amendment passed.
Yes.
So now it's amended, but do we have to vote on the amendment, Part 1 of the amendment itself?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. Is there objection to that? Seeing none.
Thanks.
All right. Now,
Part 2, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And the Part 2 is meant to be sort of this alternative equivalent. So it says the design and permitting process, trails may be located closer to the stream for a justified reason, such as overcoming a physical, topographical, or land ownership constraint, or taking advantage of a viewpoint. It's
All right.
it's the relief
Mrs.
valve.
Johnston has seconded.
Thank
Is
you.
there
I would
further-
ask for approval.
Seeing no further discussion, is there objection? Seeing no objection, that is approved.
Thank you.
What's our time? Okay, we've got about 10 minutes. Do you want to do one more?
Sure, we can do one more. Amendment number 3, page 10, line 35.
Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Madam Chair, I move to delete the language "the municipal engineer finds to be" and add the word "are" so that the section would read "the removal of trees or vegetation that are a threat to the public health, safety, or welfare." That's my motion.
And Ms. Johnston has seconded.
Thank you.
And you
The
want,
idea is, Madam Chair, I don't think anybody's going to run down to the municipal engineer when the cottonwood tree is about to fall over on the edge of the creek.
now we're talking about water body and stream setbacks here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there any further discussion?
I have one.
Go ahead, Ms. Selkirk.
Does that mean that, does that mean people can just cut down a tree if they think it looks dangerous?
Yeah, pretty much.
Mr. Coffey?
It means that they
Okay.
can do that.
Okay.
If they do it and it's not dangerous, then they would be subject to, remediation,
Okay.
fix it back up. It's just, the whole idea was nobody's going to run down to the municipal engineer when they see a tree, I wouldn't think. So we're asking them to do something nobody's going to do. So why make it illegal?
All right. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Appears none. That's approved.
Madam Chair, I'm going to withdraw my amendment number 4.
All right.
We're almost done. We got 2 more. We can do them.
Well, let's try it. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, amendment number 5 is page 25, lines 20 through 27.
Yes.
And I move to amend that paragraph to read as set forth on Amendment 5. If during the site work unexpected subsurface flows are exposed, the municipality shall be informed immediately. If the subsurface flow cannot be contained within the site and has a significant off-site impact, work shall cease immediately and shall not be resumed until a temporary flow management plan has been submitted to and accepted by the municipality. Have I got a second already?
Ms.
Thank
Johnston has seconded.
Madam Chair, the reason for this is I didn't want, the original text said, stop the minute you see it. And some of that is de minimis and unnecessary to stop. I wanted only to require an immediate cessation of work if there were a significant exposure of underground water. And if it didn't exist, but notifications required in all events. Staff and I think are in concurrence with this.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Define significant, and who gets to determine whether or not it's significant?
The city. It requires immediate notification for any of it, but it can only require a stop work order if the municipal engineer determines it is significant.
And to staff, that'll be sort of written out, so from case to case, someone will know. Okay, thank you, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any further discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, that one's approved.
Madam Chair, this is Amendment A, and it's also Amendment 6, and it's found on page 26. And if I might, it reads, any earth disturbance that is less than 500 square feet in area. And that's an exception from the requirement of getting a storm water plan approved.
That's not what's typed here, sir.
It is on Amendment A.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where is this? I'm sorry.
Amendment A, it's the one that I said C, coffee
Yeah,
6.
I'm with you now. All right.
Wait a sec,
Thank you.
I want to see.
I'm going to use what the staff recommended rather than what I did.
All right. So just to restate it, your amendment is any earth disturbance that is less than 500 square feet in area
Right.
would go on lines 10 through 11.
Yes.
All right. And
Yes.
was that seconded by Ms. Johnston? All right. Discussion?
I just want to know.
Ms. Selkirk?
It's just a little fast for me. I'm sorry. So, in other words, if you can go in and do something for 500 square feet on your property without actually coming in for any sort of permit at all.
Well, this is for a stormwater permit, and the idea is if you disturb too much earth and then it rains hard, you're running your dirt down into somebody else's yard or into the storm drain system. So this would basically allow you to have a 10 by 50-foot garden in your backyard without getting a stormwater plan.
Thank you very
which
much.
Seems
I got
to
it.
be
Thanks
relatively
very much.
innocuous.
I just needed to understand it. Thank you.
All right. Any further, Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, ma'am. There appears to be a little bit more to it than that. The original language also said and less than 4 feet in depth. Now, no matter how big I make my garden, it's not going to be more than 4 feet in depth. So I could conceivably have something that is less than 500 square feet, but 20 feet in depth. Now, I presume originally anything greater than 4 feet, there was a reason that we required such a permit.
Right.
Why are we no longer, why is it now I can go down 50 feet and not need the permit?
My amendment would have said more than 500 or more than 5 feet, but the staff recommended this other one that we've just, and so you can ask them that question.
So, Mr. Nelson.
I might ask for clarification from Ms. Bischofberger, but basically, if you go down 20 feet on 500 square feet, you're going to need other permits in order to do that, and it will be covered in that respect. So there is coverage. It's not like there's not going to be any coverage.
Okay.
But I'd ask Ms. Bischofberger if there's anything that she wants to add to that.
Okay. That's satisfactory. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, that one's approved. And you have one more, Mr. Cox?
Well, I have some that dealt with the public testimony, but I'll leave those for later.
All right.
I have one more pre-prepared one.
Well, let's do your pre-prepared one, and then I'm going to ask for an amendment to change the order of the day.
Page 26, lines 10 and 11. It deals again with the stormwater, and on line 24, it currently says that you could get an exemption for uncontaminated water from crawl space pumps. Somebody said, well, how about from a hose and so on? And so what I did was delete everything that related to it and just said uncontaminated water, because who cares if uncontaminated water goes into the storm drain system? That's what rain is.
All right. Was that seconded? Ms. Johnston seconded? All right. Is there discussion on that? Mr. Nelson, do you have any comments?
We concur.
All right. Seeing no discussion, is there any objection? Seeing no objection, that amendment is approved. At this time, considering the hour, I'm going to ask that this be postponed to a subsequent meeting. And
Move to postpone this matter till June 23rd.
Second.
Is there objection to doing that?
Madam Chair, I notified you earlier today that I may have challenges with that meeting on the 23rd, so,
What would you like instead, Mr. Starr?
Well, is July 7th filling up? I only have a couple to do, so it's stream setback and wildlife corridors, but...
Mr. Nelson, could you handle July 7th instead for a continuation?
We could.
All right. Would there be objection to instead postponing to July 7th?
Unless you'll accept my motion to reserve the wildlife corridors section.
I anticipate your strong discussion on that, Mr. Starr.
So we're going to do it on July 7th, or are you going to let me move my motion to reserve the
No,
wildlife corridor tonight?
At this point, I'm asking for a motion to postpone this to later. And the motion was presented, and then you suggested a counter motion. And so
Debating July 7th. That's
all right. So my understanding is we're now talking about July 7th, and I'm wondering if anyone has an objection to July 7th. And at this point, I don't see any objections. So I'm going to view that as a postponement until July 7th. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm anticipating further debate and discussion at that point, but no more public hearing. I would appreciate a motion to reorder the agenda. The administration has requested as their top priority that we deal with 14B, 14G, and 14H. So if you...
Madam Chair, so moved. Change the order of the day to take up 14G, B, and H.
14B.
Point of order, Madam Chair. You believe our time on the APDEA thing will take longer than a half an hour?
I don't know. I don't know. I would hope that we could deal with those three and potentially the rest of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I know we can deal G and H in short order, and maybe if we did that, we'd find out. I'd hate to start one and then come back, that's all.
Move to take up G and H first and then B.
All right, is that acceptable, Mr. Gutierrez? Is there objection from anybody with doing it that way? All right, then my understanding of what we've done is we're going to say we're going to deal with item G, and then H, and then B, and then the rest of the agenda. All right. Now, I would like to note that some of the food people have gone home, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. All right, the first item before us then is 14G. If you'd like to speak to the Assembly about AR 120, which is additional funding to construct a paratransit operations and maintenance center, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed on this item. What's the wish of the body? That was seconded by Dr. Sokray. Ms. Gray-Jackson, excuse me. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, that matter is approved. We're now at item 14H. This is AR 130. It's a resolution appropriating $7,111,699,000 from AHFC for the weatherization program. Anyone who'd like to speak to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Is there discussion?
I had clarification.
Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
And I should ask the question earlier, but I didn't, or maybe I heard the answer already. The IBEW clause, now, did we decide that the IBEW had rights to this sort of work, or is this free market?
Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It does not apply to any of the work associated with this grant.
That's what I needed to know.
Thank you.
And this is the weatherization one, right?
Correct.
Okay, because there's a significant amount of professional services dollars that are being allocated, and I don't know the department functions well enough to know, but it's several $1 million going to professional services. Who is that in particular? Sorry for not asking the question. I was off yesterday.
Per the chair, Corinne O'Neill, Director of the Department of Neighborhoods. Assemblyman Starr, first of all, we've determined that the legal has determined that it does not apply to contract services from the Department of Neighborhoods. One, because we're doing residential work, and IBEW is only concerned with commercial work. And second of all, we do very little hot work or electrical work, and it's usually in minimal amounts. The majority of contract services are air sealing, insulation, that type of work.
And do we just outsource that to private contractors, and primarily the professional services budget was the second half of the question?
Yeah, well, we outsource some of it, so we're going to outsource approximately $2.6 million of it, and we specialize in air sealing, and so we primarily do that with an in-house crew.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, is there any opposition? Hearing and seeing none, this item is approved. Going then back to 14B, if anyone would like to testify before the Assembly on the ratifying a letter of agreement amending the collective bargaining between MOA and the Anchorage Police Department Employees Association, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. That item is before us. Is there a discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Coffey.
Is Mr. Rascom's? No. All right. Here's my questions are these. If you read Exhibit A to the resolution, it talks about in the second section there, it says, the following will replace Article 15, Section 5E on Exhibit A.
Yes.
So, and then it says what happens is in 2012, everybody gets a CPI adjustment measured over the first half indices for each of the 5 years. That means we're using 6 months, I guess. I think that's what it means, from January through June.
Who are you, Mr. Abbott?
Well, I don't know.
Who's responding to that? Ms. Arnold?
That's not correct. What we're doing is using the full year comparison, but we use from the first half indices to the first half indices.
Why?
One of the things that if we use the end of the year, keep in mind that we do not receive the CPI for the end of the year until sometime in January or February. So we would be using data that is over a year old in order to be able to implement the increases in time.
Is this the way we do it now?
This is the existing language. The only change in Section E is adding the 1% payback. The other is current existing language. The 2.9, the 4.5, and the first half indices is existing language.
Okay, so the new language is plus an additional 1%.
Yes.
Okay, so that answers that question, and then that also answers the question, I guess, on the next page, because the first top of that just makes the only difference there is 2013.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the other one I didn't understand is go back on the first page. Please explain to me the rollback, retroactively from the effective date. Somebody told me that is the police retirement date for as many as can qualify.
Are you referring to Article 15, Section 5B?
5B, 2 little I.
Yes.
And 1 little I.
What this means is if employees retire prior to January 5th, 2014, they will receive retroactively the 3% rollback. And since they don't receive the additional 1% until 2012, they'll receive the 3% between 2009 and 2011. They'll get the 2% retro in 2012 and the 1% retro in 2013. And, you know, it's estimated that there will be somewhere of approximately maybe 10 employees that will take advantage of this. Due to the economy, many officers who have been contemplating retirement are postponing it.
Now, let me ask you a question. Does retires mean quit, or does it mean qualify to retire?
It means retire. If you quit, if you're terminated, if you decide to leave here and go work at another department and you're not eligible to retire, you're not eligible for this.
How is retirement defined in the contract? What is the definition of retirement?
I don't believe there is a retirement. I will tell you, Derek Scher and I had a conversation on this, and the union and the municipality are in agreement on what retired means. There are definitions within PERS, within police and fire, of what constitutes retirement.
Mm-hmm. Why, if you've discussed it and reached an agreement, why wouldn't you include it in here?
I believe, Mr. Coffey, retirement for the two plans, two pension systems at issue here, PERS and police and fire retirement, it's spelled out in either state statute or local code.
Okay,
I don't think the contract could bind us to an interpretation that was different from what is in code or statute.
Okay, so if that's the answer, then I understand clearly what you mean. Now, have you costed this in your summary of economic effects?
Yes, internal audit costed out, and we, Office of Management and Budget, verified the information, and it has been provided.
Show me where.
It's...
Lisa, I think he's talking about the specific retirement kicker.
It has
I've got the analysis from prepared by Lisa Arnold, recommended by Sharon Weddleton, that we got here, the one that says lists the cost. That came with the ordinance. What I'm asking is, has anyone costed it out what the retirement would be?
It has not been cost out because, again, it could be 0, it could be 10, hypothetically it could be more.
Here's my problem with 0 or 10 or some number. If you cost it out, you could say, like we do with CPI, that the range is from this to that, as opposed to just assuming 0. How can you make a judgment if you don't have some idea what it would cost? I mean, you say it could be 10 employees. How much would that be?
I don't have the answer to that.
Well, okay. That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Anything else?
I said that's all I have right now.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, that's okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection?
Well,
seeing
yeah, I'm
none?
going to object. I don't like getting half
All right.
the information. We've been down that road once before. I'd like to know what it's going to cost.
That's fine. I'm going to put it on the board. Please vote.
Here, let me finish that.
Oh, I'm
it
sorry.
looks like it's a good thing, and I want to thank them for coming forward, and it's not the APDEA's fault that they're not giving us costs from the administration. And maybe it's nothing or very little, but the idea that somehow we're not going to know what these things cost us is something that we ought not allow, and we ought to have it understood. And I don't care if it's $50,000 or $25,000 or $2.5 million or $10 million. We've been down that road, folks. We were down that road in January, and it's part of the problem we've been dealing with. There's nothing wrong with asking for detailed cost information from the administration when they're bringing us here. And please understand, gentlemen from APDEA, I am not holding you responsible. The problem lies in the city's side, not the union side. But I just am not going to ever vote again for something that I don't know the costs of. So that's the whole point. There you go.
All right. I now have 3 people in the queue. Mr. Birch?
I was just going to echo those concerns and emphasize one of the problems we have is the duration of these contracts. And again, when we start pushing the contract limit out to, I believe this one now is into 2014, it's just these are changing times, and I think we need to retain the flexibility. I can't support an extension. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate Mr. Coffey's concerns. We asked the same questions in our Budget and Finance hearing, gee whiz, how do you figure this? And Mr. Ruscombe's response was, we deal in facts. We deal with what the known costs are, and he's not comfortable making an estimate of what 5 would look like or 10 would look like. Well, that was the discussion.
Okay. So, if I might respond, Madam Chair. They do it all the time. They say if the range on the contract is between 3 and 4.5, here's what it will be. What if it's 4? Well, you kind of know it falls in the middle of the range. Here?
Well, there's a somewhat different situation when you have a band of potential salary adjustments versus that's known, right? It's a minimum of 2.9, a maximum of 4.5. It's different than saying, this is how many people we think might retire. There's no band there to define them.
No, it's not. You're wrong about that.
Yeah. Excuse me, just a minute. Mr. Flynn, you have the floor. Are you done?
I'm sorry.
I have nothing more to add.
All right. Mr. Coffey, now you want to...
Mr. Flynn, here's the deal. If there's 0 to 10 employees who might take advantage of that, and it's 3%, then you can do calculations. It's another thing, and it's not in this one necessarily, but these step ranges. Part of this education I've gotten recently has been talking to people in the transition, because one of the things we're looking at in the budget. One of the people who's worked for government agencies told me, we always take into consideration these step progression things. You have to know what your employees look like, you have to know what's going to happen over time, and you recognize it's an estimate. That's all. And if you're taking money from the public and you're giving it to your employees, I think the public will expect us to know how much we're going to take. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further discussion, please vote.
Mr. Starr? We're in.
That item is approved, 8-2. We're now at 14A on the agenda. My understanding is the administration is going to request to postpone this one. But if you have an interest in speaking to us on ratifying the letter of agreement between the municipality and the International Union of Operating Engineers, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, that public hearing is closed. Mr. Klayman, did you want to postpone this?
Yes, we would ask that this be postponed until June 9th.
You closed the public hearing? Yes, I did close the public hearing. And you want June 9th? That's a
we definitely want June 9th. This is a furlough type proposal. It's very similar to the AMEA proposal, which we introduced as a late on the table item tonight, which will also come up on June 9th. And for the city to achieve the savings, which are part of the proposed, of the budget that's been approved, we actually need to get these
All right,
approved.
I just wanted to clarify your intent.
Definitely June 9th.
Well, I'd like to clarify why. I mean, we
All right.
opened the public hearing, we closed the public hearing, now we're going to change the document? That's just not good process.
We're not changing the document, Mr.
Well, then why don't we just vote on it yes or no tonight, Madam
Okay,
Chair?
at this point then, hold on a minute, please. There's been some concern with the motion to postpone, and so I'm going to put that on the floor. But first I'm going to allow discussion on the, I'm sorry, I thought there was a second on the motion to postpone. Was there not?
Second.
All right, now there is a second on the motion to postpone. I apologize.
It's continue the public hearing, isn't it, Madam Chair?
No, I closed the public hearing, and maybe I did that in error, but I did that. At this point, I haven't heard objection to my closing the public hearing, though I have heard objection to the postponement. I'd like to, if I could, just a moment, I'd like to have discussion on the postponement. But first, point of order rules, so state your point.
Madam Chair, the point of order is this, the question. Did people leave because they thought we weren't going to get to it and were sort of informed, and had we not given that indication they would be here to testify? If that's the point, then we should not have closed the public hearing. If it's not the point, then fine, and I just would like clarity on that. Thank you.
Okay, I assumed that no one wanted to testify. If you object to my closing the public hearing, then I suppose instead I could take that back, and if with a motion to continue the public hearing would supersede. So
Could I ask a question of the administration?
All right.
Were people here to testify, or do you know?
I don't know if there was a representative of the Operating Engineers Union who was here. I can't say if he was planning to testify, but was here to answer questions if anyone had questions, and he left because I explained, and I had explained to Ms. Osiander, as we discussed earlier at our meeting today, that we would probably postpone till the later meeting, and so he left after I told him we would ask to postpone.
Okay. Madam Chair, I would move that we reconsider this matter on your closing the public hearing and postpone the public hearing.
Let me ask if the body objects to my changing the ruling on that and instead continuing the public hearing. Does anyone object to that?
No objection.
Seeing no objection, then, instead of closing the public hearing, I will take the administration's, I believe, who made the motion to postpone? The mayor made the motion to postpone. So instead, we'll continue to that date. And that was seconded by Dr. Selkirk. All right, discussion on that. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're in queue for another item or for this. I've got Dr. Selkirk first.
Thank you. I just had the question that actually Mr. Starr asked out of order, but the same question I'm just curious as to why we're postponing this at the administration. Do you anticipate changes to what we have before us, or?
No, ma'am. We anticipated a lengthier discussion than 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
So we just anticipated you'd want to wait and have the thorough conversation. It's a different kind of a contract change than the ones we've discussed in the past.
All right, Mr. Birch, you're next.
Do you need a contract change when your financial conditions preclude your ability to fully fund a contract? In other words, can you not furlough people just as a management right under the terms of your your agreement with these employees? And I guess the follow-on to that is, if that's the case, why would you want to go through this exercise when all they're doing is giving up hours, or basically just agreeing not to come to work, and extending the contract for 2 additional years? And I guess that's the crux of it.
And Mr. Reeves can start, and Ms. Arnold can finish.
Yes, Mr. Birch, through the chair. If we attempted to do such a thing unilaterally in a collective bargaining relationship, we could be virtually assured of a legal dispute. And therefore, without committing myself as to who might win that 4-year legal dispute, I think we would all agree that it's prudent to do it by negotiation rather than by a unilateral action.
All right. No one else is in queue at this point. Is there any further discussion on the potential postponement? Potential continuation, pardon me. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to continuation? Seeing no objection, that matter is continued. We have about 10 more minutes. I'm going to try to get one more done, if we can. The next item before us is item 14C. I'd like to open the public hearing on Resolution 111. This is naming the trails and trail features in Far North Bicentennial and Kincaid Park. Please come forward if you'd like to speak to that. Wow, you hung in there.
Hi, I'm Diane Moxness. I'm the Executive Director of the Nordic Ski Association. I just want to speak in favor of officially adopting the names of the trails that we've been using for decades. But I do have one change down in Section 1. There's a trail feature in the Far North Bicentennial Park of Moorline Hill, and that's Moorline is misspelled in whatever this document is. It should be Moerlein.
Typically, we'll give the clerk in the clerk's office the ability to correct spelling errors, so thank you.
Okay.
In seeing no questions, is there anyone else who'd like to come forward on this matter? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? No. Hearing and seeing no discussion, is there objection? Okay. Just a minute, the clerk has told me to hold.
14?
Let's do the last one.
Okay, any objection?
No, there was no objection. Okay. All right, and I'm going to assume that there's your ability to correct spelling errors.
Yes.
All right. There was no objection. That matter is approved unanimously.
Spelling error will be corrected by the clerk's office.
Yes. How much more time? We have 5 minutes.
We have 10 minutes.
Just keep
moving. I'm going, pardon me? 14D. I'd like to open the public hearing on a change to Code 4.60.060 regarding the Health and Human Services Commission. If you'd like to testify to that, please come forward. Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body? All right, that matters before us.
I'm going to have an amendment or two.
Well, let's see if we can do it. Ms. Selcraig, you're first.
I'll withdraw, thank you.
Mr. Starr?
Page 11 of 40,
What, are you looking at the
food code.
14D?
No, sir.
14D is the
Human Health.
Human Services Commission. I'm sorry. I thought we were on the food code. Are we delaying the food code?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, I'm good. No, I have nothing on that one. Oh, wait, yeah, I did.
Point of order, Madam.
I'm sorry, I did have a note.
All right. Mr. Starr has the floor. Mr. Starr, do you have anything on AO62?
I do. On page 2 of 4, line 22. And it bleeds over to 23. I'd like to delete the words "or on their initiative."
Page 2, line 22. And you'd like, okay. Was there a second to that?
Second.
All right. You want to speak to that, Mr. Starr?
They're not a divisive body. They don't make public action decisions. And I think that, the claim on all these boards and commissions is that they work at the request of the Assembly or the Mayor. And to have an own initiative clause in here pauses me with that. I'd like to continue to feel that they report into this body at directives as well as the Mayor's directive and leave it as such.
Dr. Selkirk?
I think this is a pretty small leeway for them to bring forward information that may be important to health that we may not know about. It just allows them to make a report to us on something that they think is important. It doesn't. I mean, we are the deciding body. So I would not support this amendment. I would urge not to do this. And I also wanted to point out that the chairman of the Health Commission was here for quite a while and said that they spent quite a bit of time reviewing this and discussion and also hearing public testimony on it.
Confirm that. He talked to me, too.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else like to speak?
I'm still in, I guess, if I can
Mr. Starr is in.
It just conflicts with, the first A1 statement, which is establish municipal health, which is now adding language to advise the municipality on health and human services issues. I just get a fact that they represent them, we're the elected officials, and ask for their input. If we get too far down the path, I see a quasi-governmental agency, and I'd just as soon have that. If there was a modeled work plan, Health and Human Services work plans running out, expired, it doesn't provide direction in that document. I looked, and so I'm questioning that we're starting a new trend with our boards and commissions that's contrary to what we would want to have happen.
Mr. Abbott?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Starr, this is existing language. I don't think the Commission in recent memory has misused this authority. We're not proposing to add this authority to them. The only piece in that section that changes is, it was basically left to their own discretion to determine when they produce those sorts of reports or recommendations. This was meant to add the Assembly and the Mayor to that piece of the code so that the Mayor and or the Assembly could make specific requests. But historically, the Commission has had the authority to sort of self-initiate a research project or a recommendation. I don't think that served us poorly.
Well, I just see it conflicting with B above, or the new C, or advise the Mayor and the Assembly as the conformance with the Health and Human Services Plan, and then down below we're asking them to produce their own initiative. So,
all right, thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't support the amendment. I think it's the job of our boards and commissions to advise us. Sometimes they may advise us on things we don't necessarily want to hear, but it's important for us to not just get those bits of information that we want to hear about. There may be things we don't have knowledge about or need to hear about. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk? Yeah, well, at this point, I'd like to see there was no further discussion. Apparently there is none. There seems to be a difference of opinion. It's on the board. Please vote if you agree with Mr. Starr's amendment. And that amendment does not pass the main body. The main motion is now back before us. Is there further discussion? Hearing and seeing no further discussion. Is there opposition? Hearing and seeing no opposition, that matter is approved. And we have...
Move to adjourn.
4 minutes.
How much time we got?
We have 4 minutes. There is a motion to adjourn. I'm going to...
Madam Chairman?
Pardon me, just a moment. Before I recognize that motion to adjourn, Mr. Abbott, you wanted to make a comment?
Did we determine that the food code item has been set to a date certain? We wanted to avoid it rolling over into June 9th.
I'll withdraw my motion so we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Your recommendation is what date, Mr. Abbott?
June 23rd. And I wasn't sure if we touched on it. I don't know if we actually took action.
No, we have not taken action.
Move to continue the discussion on the food code and continue the public hearing to June 23rd.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Is there objection to moving the food code to the 23rd? Seeing no objection, that matter is
Move
then
to adjourn.
Postponed to the 23rd.
Somebody's tired and
All right.
cranky.
Do we need it? All right.
Second.
That seeing no objection, we're adjourned. Thank you very much for your patience, everyone.
Who made the last motion?
Mr. Gutierrez made the motion.